Well, that's weird. Oh, there we go. My screen was looking crazy for a second. Greetings, family. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yup. It would figure. So, greetings, family. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I have got a lot to put down on y'all asses today. A lot. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Where did I write that at? It was in one of these books. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. All right. I think I'm going to change the title of this live too. I got so much to tell y'all. Okay? I got so much to tell y'all. Let's see. Let me just organize my shit real quick. Okay. 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 Okay, cool. All right. So that's that. How y'all doing? Ain't nobody said hey. Ain't nobody said how you doing. You feel me? That. I think that this one first. All right. I got notes everywhere. But I think y'all are going to leave this live feeling extremely confident, extremely emboldened, and ready to face the future. I feel like. Mm-hmm. I feel like. Yep. Okay, let's go. All right, so the first thing I did, so again, Cassandra-Floyd, also known as Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, you feel me? And started out the day and pretty much spent most of the day doing readings for people. So today is the 27th, the Aquarius new moon, and the Chinese New Year. The year of the wood snake is in 2 days. So get your readings because that shit been deep today. I'm going to tell you, the readings today have been off the chain. Okay. So what I'm going to do first, because I got a lot to do for you. And so I'm going to, I drew a card right before I got on the live. And so I just drew one card. Feel me? So that card is the resource card. It is the magician card in the traditional deck. It is the resource card, the number one card, the magician card in the original deck. And that card in the medicine woman deck is called the I am. Okay. And the medicine woman energy for this card, let's see. The medicine woman energy for this card is the resourceful one, using the tools at hand. The affirmation for this card: I am a resource of the eternally creating and sustaining spirit of life. All that I need to carry out the divine plan is already before me. The card speaks. I am the medicine woman. Through my choice of actions, I bring life to my people. Creator who lives within me has given me the stewardship of that which I see before me. My tools are the stones, the earth, substance of which all things are made, the pipes, symbol of all channels of creative energy, including the body in which I dwell, the arrows, showing me the power of clear, one pointed mind, and bowls, allowing me to offer my love and receive the blessings of those who come to share their gifts with me. I refuse to give my attention to things that limit me or deny my wholeness. To all life, I am connected. I understand the sexual flow within me to be the fuel of creation that can be channeled for those purposes I hold within my heart. I value this life force and direct it toward right relationship with all beings. I let go of those things I no longer value, keeping that which I love and for which I can care. These things then bring me comfort, support, and help according to their purpose. I possess only by nature of my caring. With my wealth, I support the things I believe in, the things that enhance life on my planet. I withdraw this support of I withdraw support from those things and institutions that bring harm to living beings. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? Okay. All things are tools. All tools are as magic wands that can create the world of my highest vision. I accept the powers within me. And I am content with the tools that are before me. Within the great plan of creation, I trust that I am given what I can best use. My talent and inspiration combined with the material world around me in keeping with the ultimate balance of all that is. The self-questioning for this card. Where do I spend my money? Are these places I want to support? Do I give the gift of my sexual expression to the one I would like to become? You become that on which you dwell. Your money is energy supporting the world you choose. Lord. Okay, listen. Sex and money are powerful energies you will more thoroughly understand as you read the chapters of the four powers. Auras, the energy fields surrounding human bodies, begin to blend at deeper and deeper levels in a sexual encounter. Your destiny and that of your partner begin to combine. Are you giving this intimate gift to the one you admire enough to become so entwined? Do you wish to accept this person's wholeness to carry his or her pack on your back? Is your load lighter by sharing? Okay, listen. Mm. Mm-hmm. So let me just tell you. Okay, so the astrological sign for this card, which is also right on time, is the planet Mercury, aka Eshu, aka Alegba. This is huge because of the Mercury placements that are coming down the pike throughout this week. Okay, so that's the card that I pulled for you. And so this is the number one card. This is about, and it's interesting because I'll be talking to you guys more about what is coming down the pike for the week. But this card is just what it sounds like. Is that we are about to embark on a radical journey, and we need to take a moment and assess all of the resources that we have at our disposal. You see, he's got the elements in front of him, her, right? The pipes, the arrows, the stones, the bowls. He's got all these spiritual entities and energies in the background. He is sitting there preparing as the magician, preparing as the wise one to get ready to embark on this journey. It's the number one card, right? Here we are entering the first new moon of the year on the 29th. And this new moon, I want to say something about this card. This new moon has some very rare energy surrounding it. And there's, while I have this card out, I want to just go ahead and I want to go back for a second. So in this card, so yeah, this card mostly is about preparing for the journey. It's the number one card. You feel me? It is preparing for what is to come. It is analyzing all of the resources that you have to your disposal and being able to clearly see how they're going to be used, right? And so one of the things that is important about this card, the two big themes, is your most valuable resources is your sexual energy and the money that you generate for your life. The sexual energy and the financial energy. Those are your two greatest energy sources, right? And so the card is asking you, are you responsible with how you spend your money? And that doesn't mean just do you buy the things that you need. It means what institutions, AKA organizations, AKA corporations, are you giving your money to? And do those corporations support the values that you say you possess? Isn't that timely? Isn't that timely, considering I just went off on all these black women? What was it, yesterday, day before yesterday? That I went off on us, on our folk, black women who, ill-informed as they may be, have been laid up on this internet for a couple of months, slurping out of their Starbucks cups and making sure that they rattle the bag from their McDonald's breakfast as a declaration of the opposition that they're staging against those who they feel like have betrayed them by not voting for Kamala. And here this first card that I draw for y'all. Say, you may be in your feelings. You may have an attitude towards the outside world. But how much energy did it take you? How many days of getting up early and going to a job that you hate? What is the energy? How much energy do you put into earning the wage, earning the money that you make? And then you turn around and spend that money. Are you giving that money to corporations that support your highest ideas? Are you giving your money to those organizations and corporations that actually commit acts of violence that are staunchly opposed to what you say you about? Isn't that interesting? This is the first card, and I ain't pulled a card for the temple in a hot minute. But isn't it timely? Isn't it interesting that this is the card that I pulled today? Like, it don't matter what you got an attitude about. This is about you. It's not about the outside world. It's about you. And does what you say out your mouth in terms of what you believe, where your integrity lies, does it match your action? Does it match your action? The other thing is about your sexual energy. This thing with the sexual energy, I have been lamenting and woeing and confused and back and forth and teetering and tottering about this thing for quite some time now. And the more content, the more discussion, the more narrative being debated around femininity in this country, around sexuality in this country, as it relates specifically to female born human beings and their, quote, opting out of sexual relationships with men, again, because they are experiencing what they are, and rightfully, they are experiencing political betrayal and political isolation as these laws have been passed down that are increasingly denying women the rights that they so valiantly fought for. And so women are like, look, this ain't our fight to fight. Like, abortion is not just a us issue. And if y'all men en masse cannot take a position where y'all can defend us and defend our rights to control our bodies, And y'all let these motherfuckers get up in here and withdraw the very minimal rights we got any damn way, then y'all don't get no pussy. And so women are taking vows of celibacy and going man free and all the things. I get it. Politically, I understand exactly why. But in Hinduism in particular, in ancient goddess worshiping societies, in Kemet and Ifa, and so many other pre-patriarchal goddess worshiping societies, just like she's saying here, your sexual energy is the root. It is the foundation of every creative expression and potentiality that you possess. That shit, it comes from the same place that a baby would come from. That creative energy, no matter how it expresses itself, playing an instrument or dancing or being a visual artist or writing a book of poetry or whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever creative energy that you have and want to capitalize on is centered in your sexual energy. And that sexual energy being stimulated and being elevated through the stirring of the root chakra, through the manipulation and the stirring of the kundalini. This is what gives you breakthroughs. This is what gives you foresight. This is what strengthens your intuition and psychic ability. So I'm not going to go that deep in it, but I'm glad she mentioned these two things: how we spend our money and who we give our sexual energy to. Because this thing about the sexual energy, I'm going to have to go into, and I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know if it's going to be a 3, 4, 5 part series because I got so many approaches. But I have theories. About what's happening on the planet in terms of the myriad of ways sexuality and sexual relationships are presenting themselves. So I'm going to leave it at that. That's the first card. And that is a great way to segue to what I want to talk to you about tonight. The first thing I want to do, I am going to talk to you about this new moon coming up, but not the last live, the live before, the 7.5 hour live from 4. There was a lot left for my original notes that I still wanted to talk to you about, but that shit got so deep and we were still 7 hours in. I was like, all right, I need to take a break from these notes and then come back to it later. So there are some key things that actually either directly or indirectly relate to what I'm going to talk to you about in terms of your preparation for the Chinese New Year and the new moon happening on Wednesday. So I'm just going to read bullet point style some of the key takeaways from those notes that I wrote the other day and started talking to you about. Okay. Let's see. So we went over the liminal rights thing. And I'm going to tell you, that could be its whole on topic. Remember, I was talking about the preliminal rights, the liminal rights, and the post-liminal rights? And I had never even heard of it before doing this little research, but that has been with me ever since. Right? And the reason why is because once you understand, I gave you a very super simple explanation about preliminal, postliminal, and liminal rights. I'm going to go back over it really quick because I'm telling y'all, ever since that few days ago, now I'm seeing show after show after show actually saying liminal, and I never heard it before, right? And so it's everywhere. And the preliminal rights are also called rights of separation. Rights of separation. This is a metaphorical death stage as the initiate is forced to leave something behind by breaking with previous practices, and routines. That's the preliminal rites. So let me tell you something. I might have to go over it. In Joseph Campbell's book, The Power of Myth, I think that's where it comes from. Joseph Campbell's Power of Myth. He begins to talk a lot about the hero's journey, right? The hero's journey. It came up in a reading today, right? The hero's journey follows this formula, or either this formula came out of the hero's journey. Potato. But the hero's journey is a formula for writing stories, writing fiction, writing books, writing scripts. The hero's journey. And once you see the hero's journey, once you understand the hero's journey, you will see it everywhere. Like, damn, I ain't even peep game, right? So the hero's journey, I'm telling you, it's got to be based off of this. Okay? Because the hero's journey opens up with the introduction of the hero, right? And then the call to action, which means that he has something tugs at him. Something happens in life, and this becomes the preliminal rite. He must leave what is familiar. He must leave his family. He must leave his land of origin. He must go out on a journey. He must leave everything that is familiar to him to answer this call, whether it's a divine call, whatever. He must leave. This is a rite. This is a rite called the preliminal rites, the metaphorical death stage. It is the death of who he was. This separation, this rite of separation is a death of him, of his former self. Okay? That is required for him. Typically, he is forced to leave something behind by breaking with previous practices and routines. That's the preliminal rite, or the rite of separation. I keep emphasizing the rite of separation because I'm going to blow your mind in a minute. The liminal rites, which is where I spent my most time talking to y'all, because that is always the space in between. That is always the space in between the liminal rites. That's what I was telling you. These last 2 years that we entered into America's first Pluto return on February 20th of 2022 until November 19th of 2024, when we executed that boss move up on the mountain, that was a liminal rite. It was a liminal phase between the old and the new, the old and the potential emergent. Okay? The liminal rite is the transition rites, or the initiatory rites. Two characteristics apply to the liminal rites. The initiate must follow a strictly prescribed sequence where everyone knows what to do and how. The second attribute or characteristic is everything must be done under the authority of the master of ceremonies. Of the master of ceremonies. This is a destructive phase. This is a destructive phase. The other thing that I put down here as a note is elect by a shoe. Because who is elect by a shoe? He is the go-between. He is the midway point. He is the transitional point. He is what? The messenger between the earthly realm and the heavenly realm. What did I tell you about Eshu? Eshu became, through theft, through cultural theft, Jesus. And what did Jesus say? There is no way to the Father but through me. And Jesus is the controller of the crossroads of the heart chakra. The crossroads of the heart chakra. And he wasn't lying. If you living down here in your earthly chakras, you feel me? There is no way to the path of enlightenment but through me. The crossroads, the heart chakra. You feel me? And so here, the liminal rites, or the transition rites, are the destructive phase on the hero's journey. The hero gets the call to leave. This is the death stage. His old self. He must die of his old self. He goes out into the world or the wilderness or whatever the fuck. You feel me? The liminal phase. And he is going through a prescribed sequence of events. and he must yield to to an authority that is the master of ceremonies. Who is this? So you see, on a hero's journey, you see this young, unruly kid who has to leave his house or whatever, and usually he meets his mentor because he knows there's something bigger than him that he must do. But he has to have a mentor in order to garner the skills to do this thing that he has been called to do. So I just rewatched the Disney movie Hercules the other day. Classic tale of the hero's journey, right? Hercules has become a demigod because Hades wants to stage this contest, and Hercules has been foretold that Hercules might get in his way. So he tries to kill Hercules when he's a baby, and then these humans raise Hercules. But Hercules got a lot of problems in the community where he grew up, and so he feels like an oddball. He feels like an outcast. This is a typical story. I can just name right off the top of my head multiple movies that you can watch right now where it is a classic formula of the hero's journey. It's always some oddball kid. He's weird within his community. He knows that he's longing. He knows that he's meant for more than this. Why I'm stuck in this small ass town? Why I got these plain ass parents? You feel me? I know there's got to be something more. And so Hercules, he is feeling real down in the mouth because everybody picking on him. He a weirdo kid. And then his family, his parents finally tell him, look, we ain't your real people now. We found you out in the wilderness. And when you became of age, we thought it would be important for us to tell you who you is, you feel me? And then he finds out that he is a demigod and that Zeus is his father. And Zeus gives him. So this is the urge. This is the urge from within, this weirdness that he feels, this outcastedness that he feels within this thing that he's familiar, his home, his family, whatever. And so that creates the longing for more. That creates the longing for more. That's the call. Then he goes to the temple and finds out that Zeus is his pappy. You feel me? And Zeus was like, look, we didn't give you away. Something happened. You got kidnapped. You feel me? But if you want to come back up here and join us in Mount Olympus, I'm going to send you on the quest. The initiatory, the liminal rites, the transition rites is the quest. It's the call to action. It's the call to action. It is a destructive phase. It is not destructive just in the way that we know destructive. It is destructive in the fact that it is the breaking down. It is the breaking down. It is the transition rites. It's the breaking down of the old you. It is the stripping away of the old you to begin the process of creating a new you. That's the destruction. It's the destruction of the old in preparation for the emergence of the new. Okay? This is always done under the authority of a master of ceremonies. So what happens when he gets the call? When Zeus says, all you got to do is become a true hero, and you too can come back on Mount Olympus. He's like, how am I going to be a true hero? He was like, you got to get trained to be a true hero. And he was like, but damn, where am I going to get trained at? And he says, you got to go to, what's his name? Nefertiti's. You got to go to Nefertiti's, the goat man, the pan. You got to go to Nefertiti's. He is the trainer of heroes, and he going to put you on game. And so Nefertiti's, he goes to find him, and he meets him. He's like, look, I want to be a hero. And Nefertiti's was like, I ain't in that business no more. y'all be doing too much. You so-called want to be heroes. I ain't doing that shit no more. And long story short, Nefertiti's, or whatever his name is, agrees through force to take on the project of being the mentor to Hercules. And Hercules, even though he is very, very strong, he is a little stick figure, bones, no muscles, goofy looking, whatever. And then Nefertiti's, or whatever his name is, puts him through the ringer. He kicking his ass. And by the time he finishes his training, the destructive phase, under the tutelage of the master of ceremonies, he got muscles, he got skills, he knew how to do archery, he got his Pegasus. He's like, let's go apply these skills. I'm ready. Let's go. This becomes the post-liminal rites. The post-liminal rites is the rite of incorporation or reunification. Now I'm gonna tell you, the liminal rites might be both things kind of mused in together, because the hero's journey is the liminal rites, right? The training, the master of ceremonies, the mentor, whatever. Now he's ready to go do the thing, to heed the call, right? To complete the mission. But also, yep, he got that too. Now, in the post-liminal rites, this is just the stage of reunification. So in the hero's journey, there's another phase. Now he got to go heed the call. He done got the training under the master of ceremonies, but you see how closely related the shit is. In the hero's journey, there has to be a conflict, right? You done got the training. You done graduated the program. Okay? After you graduate the program, now there's a conflict. What is the conflict? Hades is trying to stage a hostile takeover of Mount Olympus. He is like, look, I'm tired of being down here in the underworld. I want my time on Mount Olympus, and I have to overthrow Zeus in order for that to happen. And I can't afford for his son, his little demigod son, to get in the way of my plans. Guess who else is in the movie? The Fates. The Fates are in this movie, right? And so the Fates is like, look, you can win. Like you're primed. You are primed to win. Y'all ain't hear me. You, Hades, aka Pluto, god of the underworld, owner of the bounty of the wealth that lays below the earth's surface, you are positioned to win. What did they say? What did they say? In 18 years precisely, the planets will align ever so nicely, right? And I forget the whole little verse, but it's like, when them planets align, bitch, they aligning for you. You gotta take advantage of these planetary alignments, and you can stage a jack. You can stage a jack move. You will be victorious. There is a warning. If that hero Hercules fight, you'll lose. I'm trying to give y'all a word. I don't know if you're in church yet or not, but I'm trying to give y'all a motherfucking word. What's today? The 27th? Wasn't it just yesterday that the 7 planetary the 7 planetary alignment, the parade of planets just completed itself yesterday? Isn't that what happened? In this most auspicious week, where we are going to be entering into a Aquarius new moon, the first of its type for 3,000 years. She's like, the Fates said, look, Hades, you the one. Plan accordingly. Plot your moves. You understand? Make your plans. Be patient. Because in 18 years, when these planets align up perfectly, that's your cue. That's your cue to stage a jack move. This is the conflict for the hero. Okay? And in the conflict, he has to persevere in order for this next stage, which is the post-liminal rites, or the rites of incorporation, which is what they were attempting to make happen. So forget the throwdown between him and Hades. Not only him and Hades, let me not forget the throwdown, because Hades, god of the underworld, right? Balancer of the scales of justice, right? Owner of the wealth of the underworld, right? When he is charting his quote hostile takeover, who does he enlist in the project? He goes to the primordials. He goes to the ancients. He goes and he frees the titans. He frees the titans who existed before all else on the planet. There's a word for y'all in that, but I don't know if y'all rocking with me. All right? I don't know if y'all rocking with me. But he frees, he liberates the primordials. He enlists the primordials to stage this hostile takeover of the decadent, opulent, fucking filthy, fat ass pig gods of Mount Olympus. That's what he did. That's what he did, right? Maybe I should do a breakdown of goddamn Hercules, the cartoon, one of these days. But in the meantime, the liminal rights, the rights of incorporation or reunification. During this stage, the initiate is reincorporated into society with a new identity as a new being. What role does the global this was my input. What role does the global exorcism play? So listen, I'm talking to y'all about these rights, the preliminal, the post, the liminal, and the post-liminal rights. This shit is constantly replayed out in every aspect of our life. When I tell you spell casting is what has us in this goddamn situation we're in, when I tell you that, this shit is a description of what the Bible describes must happen in order for you to be worthy to enter the gates of heaven. Women aren't worthy. That's what the Bible says. Women are not worthy. That it is not until a woman becomes like man that she is worthy of the gates of heaven. Okay? So women are not worthy. But one of the things is the Bible says what? That once you become a certain age, you must leave your mother. You must leave your mother. What did it say? It says you must leave your mother, and you must put away childish ways. This is a death ritual. Why is this preliminary rites or the rites of separation? Why does the Bible tell you must leave your mama? This rite of separation. And it specifically says that this rite of separation is a metaphorical death. Why is that? As a matter of fact, this shit here, this preliminary rites, the liminal rites, and the post-liminal rites probably has its origin in the motherfucking Bible. I would be interested in knowing. Because the Bible details in so many ways this same thing. Now, this guy wrote this shit in like the 1800s, but I'm willing to bet this is what inspired him to come up with this quote, the rites of passage, the preliminal rites, the liminal rites, and the post-liminal rites. Now, he say he got this idea from watching rites of passages in different countries in Africa. Okay, but the way this shit is written, it would be interesting. And then given the fact that he was a Catholic, I would be willing to bet that this idea that he came up with, he got straight from the Bible. Because that's what the Bible say. So when it talks about you need to, you must leave your mother and quote, put away childish things. This is what it means to become man. But not only do you need to leave your mother and put away childish things, it says the only way for you to achieve the status that will allow you to quote, go to heaven is to be born again, because to be born in your mother is to be born into filth. That's what the Bible says. The baptism, your baptism, because the baptism in your mother's water is not good enough. The consecration of your destiny by your mother's blood is not good enough. So you got to go through a circumcision. The baptism, the water baptism, takes the place of your mother's baptism. This is a rebirth. That's what they say. This in the book. This is your rebirthing process. Quote, in the Father. This is your rebirth in the Father. You feel me? What does this mean? If the preliminal rites says right here, it is a metaphorical death stage, baby. It's a death stage. It's a death stage, your preliminal rites. The separation from your mother is a death stage. The rebaptism in the Father's water is it is a metaphorical death stage. Your circumcision is the blood ritual that represents this death stage, this preliminal stage. Why is this necessary? These personifications of death. Why is this necessary? Because if your mother gives you birth and that birth is life, that birth is what culminates in your life in this new environment. You feel me? To be born in your father is to be born into death. or to be born into a death cult. I tell y'all that shit all the time. Christianity is a death cult. Judaism is a death cult. Islam is a death cult. It's right there in plain sight. It ain't even shit I'm theorizing. These are death cults. That's why the requirement of blood. That's why the requirement of blood offerings. That's why the requirement of pain and suffering. That's why, here you go. Thank you, Suki Florence. In Adam, all men die. That's what she say right there. All men die in Adam. Remember what I read y'all the other day from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets about the serpent, right? Where the Garden of Eden was concerned, right? About how the Elohim was like, look, we can't let them eat from from the tree of life. Them niggas done already ate from the tree of knowledge. We can't afford for them to be like us. We cannot afford for them to know the truth. We cannot afford for them to be like God. Isn't that what she said? And she didn't just say it. She quoted the scripture. The Bible said that the Elohim was like, these niggas can't eat from the tree of life, or they will discover the fruit of immortality, and they too will be like God. They will live forever. This is a death cult. This is a death cult. Baptism, christening, because your mama just gave birth to you. And here you about to go into the Catholic Church and get christened. Because your mama's birth-giving process is not adequate. So you must be born in Christ. Christ dies on a cross. Do you know what the cross is? The cross, and I talked to y'all about this minimally too. It might be in the women's dictionary of symbols and sacred objects. I can check really quick. But we were talking about the age of the fish. I think I mentioned that to y'all. Maybe. I don't know. Y'all are taking so many notes. I done wrote like 5 books up in here of notes. Okay. But anyway, here we are. Transitioning out of the age of Pisces, or the fish, right? And in some Christian, especially in some Catholic, churches and writings, you will see. Can y'all see that? God, there. Can y'all see that? You see the little Pisces fish. You feel me? And sometimes you will see that fish as a symbol of Jesus. And so sometimes you will see that fish sometimes you will see that fish with a cross in it. You see that? You see that? Now I'm about to show y'all something that's going to fuck y'all up. So let me take my time to draw it. And then we're going to have to talk about it. This is a digression I didn't intend to make, but I feel like it's necessary. My screen is backwards, right? Like that, and like that, and like that, and like that. What you are looking at is a spread open vagina. You're looking at a spread open vagina with a baby's head coming out of it. And that head is coming out like that. And that center point is the apex of the baby's head, or the baby's crown chakra. Oh, I'm breaking up? Oh, damn. Is it really? What about now? It's showing fine over here. Damn. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. All right, cool. Okay. All right. So you see, did y'all miss this thing? Did y'all miss what I was saying? Do I need to go back and explain what y'all looking at? Okay, one more time. Okay. So what I started out with was the regular ass Jesus fish with the cross in it. Okay. Yes, the Vesica Pisces. So this is the Jesus fish, and sometimes it is pictured with a little cross. Okay. What I did was I extended the lines up above and up below. Now, if I was able to draw a bigger picture, what you would be looking at right here is some butt cheeks. Right there, you would be looking at some butt cheeks. And right up here, you would be looking at some thighs. This is a vagina. This isn't just a vagina. This is a vagina giving birth. This is a vagina giving birth. And this cross here is the cross point for where the baby's head is coming out. And that point right there in the middle of the cross is the apex of the baby's head. When we say the baby is crowning, this is an open vagina as the baby's head is crowning. That's why the cross. Because this cross is life-giving. This cross is the life-giving cross. You understand? So when Jesus asked, grow the fuck up, and then they metaphorically nail his ass to the cross for his death, for his, quote, sacrifice, this is when this becomes a death symbol. This is when this becomes a death symbol. Because in order for Jesus to, quote, give you life, he had to die. It's a murder ritual. In order for him to shed blood to cleanse you, like your mama, like his mama did, in order for him to be in order for you to be baptized in the metaphysical blood, like he was baptized in his mama's blood, in his mama's water, consecrated on his skull at his apex with her blood, sitting around swimming in her waters like a fish for 9 months. Him trying to usurp his mother's divine power, he has to die. That's the only way he can, quote, AKA give you life, but he ain't giving you life. He is taking life. It's a murder ritual. And in him, quote, dying on the cross, what does he require? What does he require? Even as he said, in order for me to forgive you of your sins, right? Because what the Bible say? There can be no remission of sin without the spilling of blood. That's why Jesus came to spill his own blood so you could be forgiven for your sins. But he don't just say you forgiven for your sins. What does he say? He has to prove that you're still worthy of me forgiving your sins, which means what? You must bear your cross. You must suffer like the Lord. You must be an ascetic, a martyr. You must suffer for the many. You must bear your cross. You must be Christ-like. It's a murder ritual. Why is it a murder ritual? Because the Bible tells you there can be no remission of sin without the spilling of blood. Somebody got to die in order for me to forgive you for your sins. God requires the death of someone or something in order for, quote, you to be forgiven. They tell you in plain sight. It's a death cult. It's a murder cult. It's a murder cult. You feel me? Here you are looking at this woman's vagina, God. Here you are looking at her life-giving, magical, goddamn vagina. That ain't good enough. So her son got to grow up and then essentially commit suicide. You feel me? In order to usurp her power. In this metaphorical death that he takes up upon himself, he has in one fell swoop reduced the God that gave birth to him into a faceless nobody. That's what he's done. He become the one. And then your, quote, rebirth in him is supposed to be life-giving. There's something more substantial than what his mama, who gave birth to God, had the ability to do. This shit is right here in your face. Right here in your face. Right here in your face. And so here I am reading about preliminal rights and liminal rights and post-liminal rights. And I'm like, damn, this shit is everywhere in the Bible. What about Abraham? Abraham as the, quote, father of a nation. Sarah ain't the mother of it. She ain't equal. Like, motherfucker, there couldn't have been no nation without her giving blood and giving birth water. But she is just a second thought. Why? Because she is just, a vessel for holy sperm. She's just a vessel for holy sperm. You feel me? What these niggas in the nations of gods and earth say? The niggas in the nations of gods and earth, the reason it's called the nations of God, the nation of gods and earth, is because the men are God and the women are the insignificance of God on earth. Hey, what the fuck is going on with my internet? This is some bullshit. I don't know what's going on with my internet. This bullshit. But anyway, everywhere you look, God reduced to cattle. God reduced to cattle, and she only exists to give birth, to squeeze out some divine seed. Tajali asked, if the Jews haven't received Jesus as a Messiah, then who or what is their blood sacrifice? Are you serious? Can you look at what's happening in the Middle East right now? That's their blood sacrifice. It's the same Old Testament shit they always been doing. Not only that, not only humans, which is the primary thing, but they still do ritual blood sacrifice of animals. Chickens, goats, rams, they still do that. Because they don't believe that the Messiah has returned yet. They don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah. They still practice ritual blood sacrifice. Especially them damn the Hasidic Jews. How you see them ringing the necks of chickens, all of that shit. Yeah, they still practice. But also, the blood sacrifice is their history of genocidal assaults on other peoples. Because this ain't the first time in history these motherfuckers done executed genocide. This ain't the first time. You feel me? As a matter of fact, them same Jews who Hitler ended up assaulting in Germany during the Second World War, them same Jews, as German Jews, was in Namibia executing the same type of genocide against the Herero just 20 years prior, 30 years prior, 20 years prior. Them was German Jews and German white people in Namibia massacring millions, hundreds of thousands of Herero people 20 years before Hitler rose to power and turned against the Jews and started doing, I'm telling you verbatim, exactly what happened to the Jews happened to the Herero 20 years prior. Gas chambers, ovens, starvation. Them same pictures you see of Jews with nothing but like skin and bones, and you can see all their ribs and all the bones in their face. Look at Google images of the Herero genocide. I think it was in 1914. At the hands of German Jews and white German citizens. They look exactly the same, but you don't hear about them. They don't get flaunted in your face every day. There ain't whole museums honoring the genocide against the Herero people by the Germans. Because it was Jews as German citizens. Jews as German citizens and German white people committing those atrocities against the Herero right there in Namibia. You feel me? So anyway, this thing, I'm telling y'all, we could do a whole show just on the preliminal, the liminal, and the post-liminal rights. That shit was deep. I gotta move on. I didn't intend to spend that much time there. But I did want to reiterate that this shit that they're talking about here is everywhere. It's in Greek mythology, it's in Roman mythology, it's in your Bible, it's in the Torah. This little formula right here that says that the beginning, the entry, the birth into this rites of passage is a metaphorical death stage. It's right there in black and white. I'm like, God damn, this shit everywhere. Yep. It is a, quote, metaphysical death of your previous self. What does that death require? The separation from all that is familiar, the leaving of the family. You must leave your mother. It doesn't the Bible say when a man, what does it say? Something about when a man meets his wife, his mother no longer exists or some shit. This shit is everywhere. Okay. Anyway, let me move on. And so these are the universal categories of the liminal stages. These are the 4 categories. This too is interesting. the categories of these rites of passages: a passage of people from one status to another, a passage of people from one status to another, um, initiatory ceremonies in which an outsider is brought into the group, aka marriage or something like that, brought from the outside to the inside, passage from one place to another. This is interesting because I live in California, right? So this was a rite of passage. I left what had been familiar for 20 years to come out here to some place that I did not know and was able to recreate myself if I wanted to. You feel me? That's another example or category of these liminal phases. Passage from one situation to another, like a new job, school, or graduation rituals. You go from elementary school to middle school. You go from middle school to high school. You go from, and they're very clear and defining transitions from one to the other until finally you have passed all the tests, reached all the benchmarks, and they say you are a new person when they hand you that diploma. Yes, leave the mother and cleave to the wife because they still need to be taken care of. Ain't that something? Let's see. Women were able to get pregnant way before a man was created. We're the gatekeepers and the original gods. Okay. All right. And then the last is the passage of time as liminal rites. The passage of time as liminal rites, aka birthdays. These are all rituals. Birthdays, New Year, Easter. These are all transitional rites, passages of time. In this deep. Anyway, and I had an idea. I put it here as a footnote because it's one of the things that I'm working on. Is I have an idea. Now, I had not thought about it like this, but I've been talking about doing like a workshop or something on the long-standing psycho-emotional impact of COVID, right? And I started thinking about this shit again, but through here. And so I was like, COVID interrupted these rites of passages, creating a liminal generation. So you think about all the kids who didn't graduate high school, didn't have their rites of passage ceremony, graduation, college graduation, and my idea, my theory is that it has created a liminal generation. I've been saying this for a while because my grandson was born. Zane was born 3 weeks after lockdown began. And I've heard a million people say it, that them babies that were born anywhere near that first year of the lockdown, like when we was on national lockdown, any babies born during the lockdown, they are different babies. There's something different about them. Every last one, everybody say something is up with these COVID babies, right? I was like, damn. And then I read this and I was like, oh shit. Yes, but not just them. I told y'all a couple of weeks ago about these statistics that are talking about the increase in suicide rates. It's like a 31 or 32% increase in suicide rates between the ages of 14 and 22. These kids, a lot of them missed their socially, important rituals of passage. Most of them were complaining about not getting to have prom and not getting to have graduation ceremony and just receiving their diplomas in the mail. I have several friends that were graduating college that year and never from that day to this have never had a graduation ceremony, right? And this shit it seems frivolous in the height of a pandemic, but this was so deep because it's been so culturally deeply ingrained as necessary celebrations and rituals of arrival into your new you. And you have a whole millions of young people that were denied this very important, integral part of their transition from child to adult. You feel me? Yes, exactly. Victory music. Yes. It was like they didn't get the reward. All this hard work they did, all this stuff they did, they never got their rewards. You feel me? Yes. Yeah. So anyway, and I have ideas about that, but I may talk to y'all about that later. But anyway, I was like, damn, COVID interrupted a great majority of these riots, creating a liminal generation, right? What I say the liminal phase was, it's the in-between, it's the transitional, it's the destructive phase. So it'll be interesting, especially babies that were born during that first year of COVID. It's going to be so interesting to watch, because like my grandson was born 3 weeks after COVID lockdown started. So, and he's 4 now. So, when these kids are like 10, it'll be interesting to see how these differences that everybody has acknowledged as COVID babies, these COVID babies different. It'll be interesting to see how those differences express themselves and show up once these children start to develop more. But they were obvious, like the difference in that baby was obvious, very young, 3 months, 5 months. I was like, this baby, me and my daughter were constantly at odds with it, because she's just like in the height of her own drama and trauma and shit like that. So she is not as perceptive, could not be as perceptive as I was. But I was like, yo, you have to be really mindful. You have to be really, really careful with Zane. That baby's senses are over the top. His everything, his sense of touch, his sense of hearing, over the top. Even now, over the top. And my theory is because during their foundational year, their first year, those babies that were born within that first year, when we were in the height of pandemic, their other senses heightened because they could not see people's mouths when they talked. So that's part of how a baby begins to learn language, is to watch. You'll see when you're talking to a baby, that baby will just stare in your mouth. He is learning. She is learning. And so that whole first year and a half, almost 2 years, they did not see the majority of people that they came into contact with. They did not see their mouth move. So this eye, mouth, thing that they're witnessing to be able to learn how to speak, they did not have that. So their other senses, like always happens, if you are deficient a sense or weak in a sense, the other senses will work overtime or kick into overdrive to make up for the deficiency. So their sense of touch, their sense of like their ability to hear, not just hear, like hear, not just listen, fully embody. Baby, that child, that baby, my grandson, like he very little. If he would lay in the bed with me and I had like a nightgown on or pajamas on, he would fight with my nightgown or pajamas and like fight like hell. Why he sleep in his sleep to move my nightgown or pajamas out the way so he could lay on my bare skin. Every time, if we sitting in here on the couch watching TV, his favorite spot on the couch is right up under my arm. And if I have a shirt or something on, he'll move the shirt out of the way so he can lay on my bare skin. Now, even now, 4 years old, when I had him over the summer, I was like, he is never going to grow out of that. He will always sit right up under my armpit. That's his favorite place to sit. And if I got clothes on, he'll just move my little shirt out the way a little bit so he can be on my bare skin. You understand? So it'll be interesting to see how these things that occurred during COVID, especially with the babies that were born during COVID, how that's going to express themselves when these babies get old enough to begin to like articulate ideas, That's hypersensitivity. Yes, I also remember telling a cashier we have to speak with our eyes now. Very interesting. Yeah. So anyway, so those are the 4 categories. The child is separated from the family. The child is separated from the family. You see this everywhere. You guys remember the movie 300, right? Remember the movie 300? What was a key component of, quote, their defenses in Sparta was that their first rite of passage at 10 years old was they had to be, and they literally show it. The mama, she's sad, she crying, but she knew it had to happen as they pull her 10-year-old baby away from her, to take him away from her, to take him out of the house so he could begin his training. So the child is separated from the family. This is the metaphorical death of his childhood. His childhood is, quote, left behind, right? The test to prove they are ready for adulthood. This begins the process to test if they are ready for adulthood. If the test is passed, incorporation is the celebration of the new birth, born again, of the adult. It is the born again or the new birth of the adult and welcoming of the new being back into society. After the hero is victorious, he can then be reunified into the society as this new being. But I tell you, you can't unsee the shit once you see it. And then underneath in all capital letters, I was like, God damn, there is no aspect of our life that is not a ritual. No aspect of our life that is not a ritual. Let's see. I already talked to you guys about Socrates and the cicadas and all of that. So let me move through this quicker. This is taking too long because I still got a whole lot to see. Yep. Okay, we can move past that. Told y'all about the golden age. Let me tell y'all something. This is directly related to the astrology that I'm going to talk to you about. But you remember I was telling you on a 7.5 hour goddamn live I did the other night that it was really interesting that the night before I was studying about cicadas because I woke up in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was about the cicadas. And I went into this wormhole about the cicadas. And one of the things that came up in this roundabout way that I searched was about the golden age, right? Estrella as Virgo, the Virgin, or Virgo, the constellation, but how Estrella was the one immortal that remained on earth with mankind in the transition from the golden age to the silver age. And once they started going buck wild during the silver age, she was like, fuck you guys, I'm going to the stars. And this is where she became Estrella at holding the scales of justice, which is Libra, right? But that there was, according to the poet Virgil, a prophecy that there would be a time in the future where there would be a return of the utopian golden age and the reign of Saturnius, the great Cronus, fallen god king, but we know her as the great grandmother Crone. You feel me? God of agriculture and blah, 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 right? And the very next day, that motherfucking because I didn't watch the bullshit. So this was on a Monday that I had the dream, right? That woke me up about the cicadas and I went on this wormhole. Then Tuesday morning, after the inauguration and all that shit, the first thing I see on TV was everybody lamenting and woeing about what happened at the inauguration and how the very next morning, you guys, the very next morning, the first thing I see on YouTube is highlights from the inauguration speech, and then he makes the declaration that as of today, we are entering the new golden age. Huh? That's what he said. I said, what the fuck? Oh my God. What the fuck? I was like, whoa, oh my God. He makes a declaration. This, as of today, we have entered the new golden age, right? And I'm mentioning this now because there was a reason. Fuck. Oh, there's a reason. Because with the astrology of this week, I want y'all to just, so there's some very important bullet points. I hope y'all got y'all pen and paper. There are some extremely important bullet points that I will draw out that I want y'all to take for this week in preparation for Wednesday. Not only Wednesday, the whole week is gargantuan, okay? But the golden age, right? as Virgil says here, that with what did he say? Virgo the Virgin as the brave new herald. Don't we have a card in the medicine woman deck called the brave new the brave herald of new thought? Don't we have that card? Let me see if I can find that card. The brave herald of new thought. Virgo the Virgin. That's what Virgil says. Virgo the Virgin as the brave herald of the new world, of the new golden age. Virgo the Virgin as the brave herald of the new golden age. That happened. You feel me? Here, I'm always telling y'all that the brave herald of new thought is my favorite card in this damn deck, right? One, because all of the arrows cards, first of all, the whole suit is that black woman. She's the only black woman in the whole deck of all the suits. And the entire suit of arrows is a black woman dressed in gold. She looked just like Oshun. Okay? Let me see if I can find it really quick. As I'm saying that, and this white boy talking about as of today, America done entered its golden age. And everybody is, for the last week since he got inaugurated, is up in arms, crying crocodile tears, thinking the end of the world is coming and shit. You feel me? And the thing that struck me today when finishing up the research for the astrology today is that this cracker, this white boy, literally just pulled the kind of jack move that we actually need to stage and create the new. He literally has just trashed the entire Constitution, which was a flimsy piece of legislation, was a flimsy piece of paper that only served one group anyway. We sitting here fighting, struggling, kumbaya, protesting around the constitutional rights, as if the Constitution wasn't drafted by slave-owning white boys. It is, but what did I tell y'all? In the deification of America as a war god, the Constitution became the Bible of this war god. The Constitution became the Bible of this newly established war god. And so every war you've waged, every contest you've staged, every fight for just a little bit of democratic space you have made within the tiny, minuscule confines placed upon you by those who drafted the Constitution. And so it has prevented you from creating anything new, anything that could contend. And why would you contend when you have deified the Bible? I mean, when you have deified the Constitution, when you have made of the Constitution what the Bible is to the war god Yahweh. That's what you've done. Every way that we have fought, every way that we have staged a contest, every way that we've fought for all of these rights, that within a few hours and a few hundred strokes of a pen, that cracker took off the table in a single day. He did that. And instead of seeing this as a eureka moment, as the eureka moment that it was, instead of seeing that as Toto being the only one in the clique, Toto being the only one in the clique with the courage to yank that goddamn curtain back and reveal the fallacy of what was being heralded as a godlike figure. And I ain't smart as y'all. He said, Toto said, I ain't smart. And you know what I'm saying? And I can't talk. But I still smell something rotten in Denmark. And Toto exposed in a single motion, in a single courageous act. Toto exposed the whole motherfucking setup. The whole setup. You feel me? And what does that mean? That this man that everybody keeps saying Donald Trump so stupid, why he's so ignorant, he is a fool. Do you think that matters? Do you really believe that Trump is the face of this new phase or this new face of American empire. Do you because y'all talking about this Elon Musk too? His ass is an idiot too. And the other 6 billionaires that he done drug up into the goddamn, they all morons. There is not a degree among any of them. Not a single goddamn college degree among the 7 of them. Not one. Y'all got a bad habit of making geniuses out of imbeciles just because they got a lot of money. No, they just know how to steal well. That's all. They just know they got a lot of experience in robbing bitches. That's all. That's all. They're all idiots. The state is always going to have its objectives met. And if it can do that employing strategies of strategic and weaponized incompetence, like it just did, that you get caught up in these great debates about how stupid Trump is, which you do. All of the narratives created for you to yank at your heartstrings and make you mad and make you sad and make you be filled with grief and make you blame this person and make you blame that person, even though they just got manipulated like your ass got manipulated. Black folks fighting with white folks, black women mad at white women, black people mad at Mexicans and Arabs and all of this shit, and y'all all just got took. Everybody just got took. It don't matter how you voted, bitch. Everybody got took. Everybody got took. And that's okay, because Toto done ripped the motherfucking curtain wide open, exposing the fallacy of this goddamn institution that we've just spent 250 years deifying. What Trump did in the removal of all these rights, in the removal of all this legislation, in the radically ridiculous and over the top display that he just put on over the last week was to expose the rot, in the foundation of this bitch. That's what he did. The shit look all nice, like you got a building and it's pretty, it's cute, you feel me? And then you buy the house, the building, whatever, because it's so pretty on the outside. And then you get up in there because it's so beautiful on the outside. You was like, I'm just going to take it as it is because it's gorgeous. You feel me? And then you get up in there and there's termites all in the motherfucking wood. You feel me? There's holes and mold all in the crevices and creeks and shit. There's holes in the foundation, in the floor. The shit got cracks and creaks in the goddamn foundation. You just bought the shit hook, line, and sinker because it was pretty on the outside. And the foundation was fucked up from the day one. And so what Trump just did, what I want to call on you to understand, especially for this week, especially for the astrology that I'm about to put down on y'all, what I want to call on you to do this week, what the astrology for this week is calling on you to do, is to take every ounce of your creative, your sexual, your imagination, your creative power, and imagine the wildest, most extravagant world you can imagine. Say that shit out loud, because these planets literally, physically just lined up like a motherfucker with a crossbow and an arrow. And then Wednesday, that shit gonna be released like a galactic arrow. The planets have literally placed themselves in a direct alignment to give ultimate momentum to that which you can imagine and want to create. They did that. But if we are taking that energy, the power of our ashe, that's why I'm so upset about these black women with this bullshit they on this social media. All of the force of the universe coming out of the bodies of black women. According to the tradition, according to Ifa tradition, according to Kemetic tradition, the strongest, most powerful creative force in this realm is the ashe that emanates from the heart and out of the throat of black women. And here we are exhausting this valuable goddamn energy, this valuable element that allows us to literally speak shit into existence, and we are exhausting it, lamenting and woeing and fighting and great debates about bullshit. And I ain't heard nobody yet say, look, just that bullshit right here. But this gives us the opportunity, knowing what it actually is we up against. Now, everything, the fallacy of this bitch being laid bare. Now, let's get together and see what the fuck we can create. We got all the skills. Black women, the most educated motherfuckers in the country. We got all the skills. Black people, brown people, red people, yellow people, got all these technological skills. Know how to, got engineering skills, know how to, civil engineering, know how to create a city from out of nothing. All them skills exist in every last one of these communities. Economic, banking system, stock market, how to create new currency. We got all them skills. We don't have to have the know-how. What we do have to do is give an image in the mind's eye of the collective, a vision that is equal and oppositely opposing to that bullshit that just unveiled the truth of itself a week ago. And say, now that this shit is on full blast, now that this shit is fully exposed, what are we going to do to create something extraordinary? And what's the wildest possible thing that we can imagine? And let's do that. And if it fails, guess what? There's still enough of us that we can try something else. Because anything is better than what this motherfucker just unfolded, just unleashed on last Monday. Now we ain't got no excuse because this nigga just took away everybody's rights. You understand? We ain't got no excuse. But there ain't no comfort zone no more for us. He literally just pulled a jack move, and now we have to respond. And to respond is not to respond on the terms that they have set. To respond is not to respond on the goddamn narrative in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights, in the Declaration of and all the shit they put in place on somebody else's fucking blood and backs as the template for how we gonna make struggle. What we need to be doing this week is that's what I'm doing. That's what I just sat at the bar doing for 2 hours. What we need to be doing is reading these bullshit ass documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, the motherfucking Constitution, and creating its full on opposition in real time. We need to be drafting a new motherfucking Constitution right now today. This the fuck we do. Yes, the fuck we do. We need to be drafting a new motherfucking Bill of Rights, just like they did. Where did they get the Constitution from? Did that just come from the wilds of their imagination? Nope, they stole it from the Iroquois. That's what they did. They stole it from the League of Nations, the indigenous people of the northern regions that already had a well-oiled working machine civilization and society in these allyship relationships with all these other tribes, the tribes and nations. They tell you, we stole the Constitution. We did that. We put our little edge on it, cleaned it up a little bit to make it serve us, slave owning motherfuckers. But yeah, we stole that. We couldn't come up with no shit like that by ourselves. So we stole what the native people had already. And then just, shined it up a little bit. Ain't that what they do now? They just, quote, discover some shit that somebody else already created, erase their name off of it, and put their name on the top. Ain't that what they do? So now we got to do a flip move. We got to do a jack move. Take that bullshit and that's bullshit that we have allowed to structure even our struggle, even our rebellion in this country has been structured on the terms that they have set. Even the way we fight them has been structured on the terms that they have set. Ain't that about a bitch? So now we got to create the new shit. And even if it's something we're like, damn, because what happened that gave rise to them doing it? America ain't but 250 years old, bitch. The Constitution is new. But it's because we have believed the hype and deified a monstrous bitch. And in the deification of this monstrous bitch, we have deified all of the documents that they have put forward to say, this is what democracy looks like. This is what freedom looks like, even as we own 600 motherfucking people. This is what justice looks like. This is what equality looks like. See, this because we smart. We the smart ones. Us white, wealthy landholders, and slave owner motherfuckers. And we fell right in line. Every last one of us. Indigenous people, locked away and mistreated on their own goddamn land. They fell right in line. Oh, you say this is the border that we can have on our own shit? Okay, President of the United States. Okay, according to the Constitution. We all did that. Mexicans say, oh, damn, we can't have all of Mexico no more. That includes Colorado, Utah, goddamn Nevada, all of California, Arizona, Texas, Mexico, because y'all say so. Okay, you got it. You can still have our motherfucking country. Okay, you got it. We all did it. We all did it. We all did it. And so all I'm telling you is that the energy that I'm going to talk to you about more specifically that is aligning itself up this week to give us the opportunity to imagine not only more, to imagine the radical, to imagine the absolute best of what human beings can create with all the skills and all the technology and all the know-how and all the heart that they have, that they can muster. And I'm telling you, it's so realizable to me. I've been sitting here for the last 3 days watching all this goddamn extraordinary technology that has been created around the world, and our imaginations have been stifled in America. I'm like, damn, people keep holding on to that idea that America is the greatest country on earth. Do y'all see what the fuck they building in Dubai? Do y'all see what the hell they are built in China? Do y'all see what the fuck they have created in Japan? I'm like, these motherfuckers is like light years ahead of us, like 100 years ahead of us technologically. This shit has stifled, has squashed the imagination and the spirit of human beings in this country. And they've used racism to do it. They've used isms of all kinds to do it. They have kept us at such a low level of just nitpicking each other literally to fucking death. What do they call it? Death by 1,000 paper cuts. Literally nitpicking each other to death while these motherfuckers rob us blind. 800 and something ass motherfucking billionaires in this country. While they literally rob us blind. And we steady nitpicking each other to death. While the rest of the world, baby, not even just the Asian countries. I'm sitting here watching the creations of young people around the world solving problems, creating technology, child, seemingly out of nowhere, curing cancer. I'm seeing 3 different doctors from 3 different countries, all women, who done cured cancer using different things. One African woman cured her first case of cancer using nanites or some shit. Motherfuckers out here changing the game. Truth be told, we as Americans, we lagging behind. Like motherfuckers had me tell. We lagging behind. You know what I mean? And everybody waiting on us. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Can y'all like go ahead and end this shit already? Can y'all go ahead and end this shit already? Can y'all go ahead and get rid of your bosses? Get rid of your nobility? Because that's what it is. We in a straight up feudal goddamn society right now. Yes, we is. Yes, we is. You feel me? So that's my diatribe. I was trying to find this card, but then I got hyped. But the brave herald of new thought, Virgo, as the brave herald of the new golden age. It's so goddamn timely. Hold the fuck up. I'm gonna find this card. I'm gonna find this card. Here it is. I think this is it. Yes, it is. I got goosebumps just looking at it. That's it. Why is it the brave? And then you know what? There's another one. Anyway, I'm gonna just do this one. This is it. The brave herald of new thought, the apprentice of arrows. Look at the phoenix rising up from the horizon. Look at that baby. She's teaching that baby how to aim for the future. The phoenix represents all the fucking possibilities of the future. That's power, the phoenix. She's saying, look, baby, all I can do is teach you. All I can see how she transferring all her knowledge to that baby at the star in her head. She's like, I'm going to show you the way. My ass is old, so I can't be out here on no gangster shit no more. You feel me? I done did my fighting. I done did my warring. Now I'm the wise motherfucker that's going to teach you how you too can shape something new. You understand? Let me show you the way. And then once I give you the skills, what you create will exceed my wildest imagination. But now you have a foundation of wisdom and experience that I can transfer to you so you can set this shit off. That's what she's telling that baby. And it's not lost on me. Wait, why the car went just that fast? Shit. Here it is. And it's not lost on me. It's never lost on me, this card. It's not lost on me that this woman, looking like the goddess Oshun, what did the Virgil say? That Virgo, who is also pictured as yellow, her colors are pictured as the fall colors. Virgo, right? As Astrea holding the scales of justice would be what? That's what Virgil said. That's a quote. That she would be the brave herald of the new golden age. Here she is, donned in her gold like goddamn Oshun, Virgo the Virgin. And what did they say? Astrea went into the heaven to become a star system. Look at the star beaming out of her head, pouring everything that she can into that baby so that he can become one that executes the vision that she pours into him. You feel me? This is some magical shit right here. I'm just trying to put y'all on game. This is some magical motherfucking shit. This is magical shit. And it's also not lost on me that she, the ancient, she, the old, she, the wise. Who is she teaching? She teaching that little white boy. Why is she teaching that white baby them skills? Because they live on the planet and everybody has a role to play. Can you get out your way enough to play the role? Can you take directions from the mother of the planet? Can you take direction? You who are still children on the earth, you white people, you white people are still the babies of the planet. Can you take direction from the primordial mother who she is giving it to you right out of her own body, right out of her own divine wisdom, because she too wants to see you evolve? Can you stop getting in your own motherfucking way? Can you do that? It's this white boy, her and this white boy. What did that remind you of? The yin yang that I was telling you about. What did I tell you about the yin yang? That the yin yang, the apex of the yang is what? It is noon in the desert. It is utmost yang, that without the anchoring of his mother, without the anchoring of his mother, he's like the 2-year-old child who cannot have his way in the grocery store. And when he cannot have his way, when he is not anchored by his mother, he destroys everything in his path. Like the Tasmanian devil, he ripping shit off the counter, ripping shit off the shelves. Ah! That's utmost yang. That's utmost yang. Destructive until he can be covered, until he can be anchored, until he can be bridled by his mother. She does that out of love. Child, you are of my body. You exist on this planet because I willed it so, but you have forgotten. You have forgotten. You have forgotten. Don't mean I'm not going to pop you on your rear end. You understand? But baby, this is the world that we have to create. This is the world we got to create. I love that card. And I love this crackle, who is a representation of utmost yang, destructive, utmost yang, noon in the desert, where there's no yin present. That's what that cabinet represents. That billionaire cabinet represents. Utmost strong, utmost yang, nothing but destructive. Nothing beneficial can come from it. Nothing life-preserving, nothing life-saving can come from it. Its only aim is destruction. That's what you just witnessed on Monday. Is utmost yang, out of control. That's what you just witnessed. And he ain't even pretending, because when he ran the first time and became the president as 45, at least he was faking the funk a little bit. He had a real colorful cabinet. You know what I'm saying? He had a little Mexican woman, had a little black woman. You feel me? You know, he had a little chockified cabinet. You know, he was very strategic about surrounding himself with some color until he could do what he did this time. He was like, look, I'll fake the funk a little bit. You feel me? Win some little colored folks to vote for me for the next time, because I'm out here. I'm about to pull a Jack move. They don't know it. I'll keep cool while Biden in office. But they don't know I'm about to pull a Jack move. I'm about to stage a coup in this bitch. I'm about to stage a coup. which is what he did. You feel me? And then when he staged that coup, everybody in his cabinet, except that Indian billionaire, everybody in his cabinet, white. White as the day is long. Not only white, white and male. He was like, come on, now I can tell the truth because they ain't got no options. I can't lose shit, can't lose. Not only are they white, one came to the country, even as they rounding Mexican people the fuck up right now. Black people too, by the way. Even as they rounding people up. Elon Musk not only came here as an immigrant, he was an illegal immigrant when he came here. And here his South African immigrant ass self then made it all the way to the top of what is heralded as the most democratic country on earth. Not no more. Not since this last week. At least it can't fake it. It can't fake being democratic. You feel me? Even as they rounded Mexicans up, even as talking about what is it? Birthright citizenship. Even as Trump wife, not just his current wife, his first wife too, immigrants. His children, birthright citizens, because they mamas was immigrants. Ain't that about a bitch? He was like, I ain't trying to fake the phone no more. I'm up in here, bitch. And what? So it's what the fuck I say. Whatever I'm gonna do, whatever crazy thing I'm gonna do, bitch, is what the fuck I say. He just pulled the jack move. And I'm not demoralized by it at all. I say, give it to me butt naked, bitch. Give it to me blood raw so I can know exactly what it is to create an opposition. So that now people can be won to accept the radical as a possibility. You feel me? And here we got Oshun trying to teach the youth, because she's like, these old ass white people, they might be a lost cause. Let me teach their babies. Let me show their babies. Let me show their babies. That's what she said. She said, let me show these babies. Maybe they babies ain't unredeemable. But these old ass white people, they might be unredeemable, child. Let's focus on these babies and let's go ahead and create this goddamn new world already. You feel me? Let's go ahead and set this shit off already. It's an exciting time to be alive, goddamn it. I want to encourage you that for the rest of this year, not just this week, for the rest of this year, your homework for this week, though, is turn off this motherfucking social media. I mean that. Do a social media detox. Do a social media detox. If it's not good news, it's not for you this week. If it's not good news, it is not for you. It's none of your business this week. Whatever's wrong with the world, whatever's wrong with the earth, I promise you it'll be there. A single moment of thought. Don't you give a single moment of thought to anything that is not visionary, to anything that is not evolutionary, to anything that is not revolutionary, to anything that is not how am I? What is my peculiar role in setting this shit off? In completely helping to plant the seed of the new that is an inevitability. And all it is going to require is our focus for the moment. That's all. All we got to do is focus. But we ain't even spoke the vision out. We ain't even spoke the vision out loud. We have to speak the vision out loud. I read a card for this young woman today. And the card said, baby, all you have to do is open your mouth and speak the new, and everyone will come to you to execute your dream, to execute your vision. All you got to do is say it out loud, and everybody will arrive to help execute the vision. They will see themselves in it. They will see themselves in it. So we got to do that shit. We got to set this shit the fuck off. And I've been up in here plotting and scheming. I'm like, I just read another sister. I think she on here today. I just read another sister today. I was like, look, you feel me? We need to start buying towns and cities. There are more than 1,200 fully operational cities and towns for sale in this country right now today. For as little as $250,000 and as much as $1.5 million. Then we need to buy a town. We need to buy a city. We need to buy many towns and many cities. We need people with skills that can create in real time structures, buildings, communities, gardens, where we ain't got to leave our township for shit. We ain't got to import no shit. We ain't got to worry about, quote, boycotting corporations, because everything we need, we can create and generate right up in our hood, right up in our town, right up in our city. That shit is realizable. That we have a well-armed internal defense squad. So if anybody got any ideas about how we just up in here being hippies and they think that they can come the fuck up on us, they got another thing coming. In every single body. My daughter was 8 years old when we joined. 8 years old. Yeah, Eric Morgan was 8 years old when we joined the firing range. So I was 8 years old when I learned how to shoot. Everybody come 8 years old, male, female, and all the genders in between, gonna learn how to defend that which they create. Oh, yes, we are. This is some shit that's realizable. This ain't even far-fetched. You feel me? This dude, what's his name? Is it Michael Reynolds? I think it's Michael Reynolds in Arizona that does the what does he call it? Biotexture, like architecture, but biotexture, where the earthships, the houses that they build out in Arizona, where the earthships are anywhere from 85 to 95%. They're constructed from 85 to 95% of completely recycled products. They go to landfills and get tires and bottles and cans and all of that shit. And it's extraordinary. These things look like motherfucking mansions. Don't require electricity at all. Completely function off rainwater harvesting. The temperature in the home is a moderate 75 degrees year round, right there in the desert. That shit exists right now. That white boy, Michael Reynolds, not only does he teach the biotexture technology there 4 times a year, he teaches it $2,100 to go for a 6-week program, where as a part of the program, you are participating in building a new earthship. $2,100. He does a children's program in the summer where young people, 14, I think it's 14 to 18, can go and build an earthship. Every year, he actually goes and teaches the workshop in third world countries where people cannot afford to take the class for the 2100. He will go to places. He's been to Jamaica. He's been to Namibia. He's been to all these places teaching this biotexture so that we can begin to solve these goddamn problems. There ain't no reason where there should be any landfill anywhere on earth. Everything is usable. Everything is reusable. And so he teaches them people how to scour landfills to create. Baby, when I tell you these earthships, Google earthships when we get off the goddamn call. I have been obsessed with these things for 15 years. These things are amazing. Built out of glass bottles, cans, tires is a big one because the entire foundation is made of tires. Bulletproof. So when he builds them in third world countries, especially in like conflict zones, churches, he done built churches in South America. He done built churches in schools in Africa out of the same biotexture. And when you are filling up plastic bottles, what they do is they will spend time taking dirt and pounding the dirt down real hard inside of plastic water bottles, just regular ass plastic water bottles, and the plastic water bottles become bricks. But because they are so dense, when you make your walls, you construct your walls out of these plastic bottles that are full of dirt. Guess what? In conflict regions where they were saying there were so many people who were not dying as a direct consequence of like being engaged in the conflict, they were dying as a consequence of stray bullets, because bullets would enter into their house. Guess what? He's like, I got a plan for that. Plastic water bottles filled with dirt, nigga, is bulletproof. So he started building bulletproof schools and houses and goddamn churches in third world countries that are conflict regions. There are people out there solving the problems. And I'm not talking about, these anomalies, one over here, people are out here solving the problems. The problem is that we do not have a collectivized sense of how all of these things can come together. We don't have to solve every problem as the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. There are a million human beings with less than what we have, with less access than what we have, changing the world in real time. How do we create a fucking swell across the world that lets them know they are not by themselves and we are tapped in. How can we help you? How can we send funds? How can we do fundraisers to help what it is you got going on where you at? Can you share your invention with us and we will not exploit it? In exchange for sharing your information with us, we will be sending you the resources that we have access to in this first world country. Child, we have the ability to do this shit and not in no slow-mo way. That's the other thing that this astrology teaches us. Rapid motion is what is coming down the pike. What are we putting out? Because rapid motion, whether we prepared or not, is coming down the pike. You feel me? There's a place right here in California in Hesperia, which is about a 2-hour drive from me. They do what do they call it? It's called, they have a program, and I think it's 6 weeks too. But this is the desert. So they teach you how to build homes like Adobe homes out of the dirt, right in the area, right there in Hesperia. People out here solving the problems. And the problem is our dumbasses stay on these motherfucking social media sites and these shit that ain't nothing but bad news. All motherfucking day long ain't nothing but bad news. That's why I had an attitude about these black women the other day, y'all. I ain't trying to give us no hard time. But I'm saying we are exhausting precious energy and precious ashe that could be used if we knew that there was good news in the world. There is good news in the world. The reason I got up on that is because I was eating breakfast this morning. I was like, I'll watch a little YouTube and just let whatever is in my For You play. And my For You list recommendations came up. And baby, it was glaring. It wasn't even subtle. Every single solitary black content creator that came through my For You, the headlines were all bad news. White Karen do this and this and this. White people doing this and this. Mexican people are begging black people for help now that they getting deported. And I'm scrolling down at this point. I was like, God damn. It was just glaring. And in the contrary, every white content creator I saw, y'all, I was like, God damn. Every white content creator, good news of the new year, bounty ahead. Prepare for the bounty in store for the new year. Good news for the new year. I said, it was glaring this morning. I said, oh no. I said, we out here fucking up. We out here wasting vital time, vital energy, and vital ashe. We out here, every single black content creator that came up on my For You today. It wasn't even subtle. I said, God damn. And even the white content creators that I follow in terms of astrology and shit, I was like, I really got to learn astrology because yes, some of the information be like, on point or whatever, but even the delivery about the magnitude, the monumental moment that we are engaged in, they just cannot communicate it. They ain't got no swag. They talking about the planets in the same sterile ass way. Every last one of the goddamn astrologers saying the same ass things. You have to be prepared. Just like the snake, to let go of what's not serving you, just like the snake's skin. It's about shedding every single solitary goddamn astrologer I done watched in the last week. I'm like, how many motherfucking times and in how many motherfucking ways you gonna keep saying you gotta be ready to let go of what no longer serves you? Can y'all come up with a new way to say that shit at least? The fuck? It's the same shit over and over. I'm like, goddamn. Every time. Well, the new moon is about planting new seeds. This is about new ideas, new projects. Maybe you want to start a new job. My God, okay, we know already the new moon is about planting new seeds. Can we say something else about the new moon? Other than it's the time to plant new seeds? How many ways you gonna say that? How many times you gonna say that? There are 10,000, probably 10 million motherfucking astrologers on the goddamn YouTube. How many of y'all gonna say the same shit? Everybody talking about the year of the snake. Everybody. And they all say the same exact thing. The snake represents transformation, reincarnation, and shedding of old patterns. I got to learn this science because this shit be torturous. I be trying to watch this shit to put y'all up on game. You feel me? Because I'm not an astrologer. So I have to watch other astrologers, take out what resonates with me about what's coming down the pike, tune into the other shit that I got going on, like my cards, you feel me? My dreams, you feel me? This shit has been deep. The readings that I did today were over the top. I mean, I was visibly moved, child. The readings that I did today were off the chain. Off the chain. My intuition is strengthening so much. So much. Like in real time, I'll be shook. I'll be shook. I'm like, God damn, that was amazing. Even the sister that I had on the first call, she was like, yo, that shit was fucking radical. I was like, bitch, I know. I'd be just as hyped as they be up in here. You feel me? I'm like, I got to learn this science. I was like, because once I can master astrology, bitch, I will be an unstoppable force up in this motherfucker. Once I learn the mathematics and the science of that shit, you won't be able to tell me my shit stank. You feel me? I'll be up in here because my intuition, baby. When I tell you that the mother be up in here having her fucking way with me, she's like, oh, bitch, you saw it, didn't you? You saw it, girl. Go ahead, write that shit down. Let me show you something else. Baby, she be up in here having her way with me. And I'm like, oh my God, this shit is incredible. Holy shit, how did I never see this before? She be up in her, listen, the revelations are next goddamn level, okay? Let me fuck up and learn this astrology real quick. Chat, please. You know how we always talking about the Sibyls and how at least the way Mama Zobe talked about it, how the Sibyls, you know, they only work 7 days a month. Everybody recognized how valuable their energy was. Isn't that something? Everybody recognized how valuable the skill that they possessed had, that the skill that they possessed, how valuable it was. And so they don't want to work the bitches to death like we do. You feel me? We as Sibyls, we as oracles, we as healers, we can't take 3 weeks off and make everything that we need to make in the 7 days that we work. We can't do that. Not right now, anyway. Right? But how the Sibyls only work 7 days a month because they needed the time to rejuvenate and recuperate. You feel me? They needed the assistance to take care of them and shit while they powered up to get ready to go in deep in this walk with the goddess for 7 days. You feel me? Or even how shamans would do the same thing. They wasn't working every motherfucking day trying to figure out how they was going to eat. The shamans in different communities around the world, they were seen as the center of their community, and the community rallied around them to care for them, because once this motherfucker go into ceremony, we all going to get healed. We all going to get fed. The epiphany is going to come through them and sweep through the rest of us in an instant. You feel me? And everybody be nickel and dime and goddamn healers and fucking psychics and shit to death. No, bitch. We was the center of the goddamn community. Every community, everywhere. We was the center. That there was none that had more power than we did. And the whole community rallied around them because they knew if we rally around them, if we make sure they fed, they cared for, they ain't got to worry about shit. That when they go in the ceremony, like that, like all y'all be running around doing ayahuasca and Cambo to and fro and shit. That didn't happen. You had one healer, one shaman, one person, typically a woman, who consumed the medicine. And everyone sat around her. Everybody wasn't eating the medicine. She ate the medicine and allowed herself to be an open vessel for the possession of her body by the goddess. And in that instant, when goddess descended upon her or ascended up into her, her voice, child, her voice struck at the heart of everyone encircling her. Everyone descended into ceremony with her. She wasn't there by herself. Everyone descended into ceremony with her. That's why we got to be in spaces together. A minimum of 3 people together all the time for the rest of the year doing ceremony together. No more motherfucking full moon rituals or new moon rituals by yourself in your house. This is not the year for that shit. What your Bible say? Where 3 or more are gathered, there I am. Honey, this is the creation of the Godhead that we're involved in. If we talking about America as a Godhead, we have to create its opposition. We can start right there. We may not have an army or no military or nothing like that, but we have 3 bodies that we can bring into ceremony and know that when we speak at the same time, that there is going to be something that emanates from us, God from within us, that emanates from us, combines as one. You remember that goddamn cartoon, Captain America? No, Captain Planet. Captain Planet, he's a hero, gonna take pollution down to zero. He's a power magnified, and he's fighting on the planet side. Yes, that shit used to have me hype. Okay, that was my shit. Right? And these babies represented the elements. They all had power. They all were the personification of God and their peculiar power. Isn't this what I'm telling y'all all the time? All the time. Each one of you is the peculiar presentation of the mother's will made a material force on earth. Each one of you. The clue, the mission, the destiny is to discover what your peculiar role is as her in the material world. You are her. Isn't that what we say? Mommy and I are one. I'm not separate from her. Mommy and I are one. Whatever her will is my will. Whatever I do is her will expressed. Bitch, I'm a walking ceremony. Thank you for the donation, baby. I'm a walking ceremony. That's why I ain't got no problem saying this. What the fuck I say? It's what the fuck I say. It's what the fuck I say. Because, honey, I'm aware. Me and my mama doing this walk. Bitch, me and my mama doing this walk. And so, Captain Planet, all these babies got power. All of these babies recognize that they have power. And each one of them can make shit pop. This situation only needs heart. This situation right here may need wind. This situation right here, I can handle this. All it requires is some fire. This situation right here, it only requires water. I got this. They ain't beefing about who got the more power of the other. But when it is time for their powers to combine, because they recognize that this situation requires something greater than we are alone. We are apart. They combine their peculiar powers as the peculiar expression of the mother's will made real on earth. And in the combining of their powers, something bigger than they are. It still is them. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. But we come together and our peculiar expression adds something to the space. And that thing comes together. We create it, we generate it, we give birth to it, and then it becomes the Godhead, and this becomes a mutually beneficial relationship. We generate it, the Godhead, and in return, the Godhead feeds us in return. This is the process. That's why Jesus said, wherever 2 or 3 or more of you are gathered, there I will be. Something emanates from you that you create it. You create it through your will. You create it through your unity. You create it. But together, it becomes bigger than you as an individual. And it still functions with your will in mind. That's who Captain Planet was. That's why these motherfuckers banned that shit on TV. They was like, oh no, we can't have nobody get no ideas like this. Shit. Y'all can combine y'all powers and take some shit. And of course, all the focus of all their energy and all their projects was what? All the diabolical bad guys on earth. The billionaires polluting the water, cutting down the rainforest. You feel me? Isn't that who their targets was? Their targets wasn't some mythological motherfuckers like monsters and demons and shit. That ain't who their target was. They was like, this motherfucker over here polluting the guy. He just created an oil. They was like the mother's police force. And who was their mother in the cartoon? It was Gaia. It was black ass Gaia. Y'all remember that? It was black ass Gaia. Gaia was like, look, I can't have nobody out here fucking up the shit I created. I can't have nobody out here fucking up the earth. destroying the damn rainforest and the oceans and shit, killing the animals and shit. Y'all better go handle this. I done gave y'all the juice. What more y'all need? I done gave y'all the power. Now I need you to execute my fucking will. I'm trying to give y'all a word right now. I need y'all to execute my will. And just in case you need a little help, I'll tell you a secret. You put your little crystals together. When shit get a little bit overwhelming, guess what? Your power combined becomes personified as you together, as your singular unified will. All your powers come together as a single expression of your unified will. So you can set this shit off if it becomes too overwhelming. I'm trying to tell y'all. Thank you, Samara, for the donation. This church I'm giving y'all tonight, we gonna be up in here because I still ain't even talked to y'all about the astrology. But that Captain Planet was my jam. Even as a kid, man, when they snatched Captain Planet off the goddamn TV, I was subdued into me. I was like 10, 11, 12 when they snatched Captain Planet off. But that was my jam. You saw how easy I sang that song? I ain't seen that shit in 30 years. Captain Planet, and you know what they said? The reason they took it off the TV was because it was promoting Satanism. It was promoting the worship of crystals and gods and goddesses. This was Satanism. It was like, look, we can't have these babies out here thinking they can be bold enough to fucking challenge the state. And the only people they setting their sights off on is corporations and CEOs. That's the only people they targeting. And they calling these niggas by name too. They calling them by company names too. Oh, no. They talking about going down into the Amazon and saving the rainforest as we trying to create a cattle industry in this bit. Hell no. We got to snatch that shit off the motherfucking TV. I don't know who dumbass idea this was anyway. Okay. Listen. And I'm going to tell you something else about that show. Because Gaia, I say this all the time. Because I don't ever say we need to save the planet. Y'all don't ever hear me say that. I don't never say that. I ain't never felt that we ain't got to save the planet. We ain't got to save the planet. You feel me? Because Earth got her. She just trying to, like the brave herald of new thought, she just trying to give us an opportunity to redeem ourselves. Because she's like, bitch, y'all can be here or y'all cannot be here. I'm going to be all right. I might have a little recovering to do after I ghost you bitches, but I'm going to be all right. I'm trying to give you the opportunity as a species to prove that your ass wasn't a mistake. Okay? Because I can be all right. It won't take, and you see it in every apocalyptic movie. After the humans is gone, everything start growing back. All the animals start coming back. Remember that goddamn movie with Will Smith? What was that movie with Will Smith where he think he the last motherfucker on Earth? It was like a viral outbreak or whatever, and he was a doctor. What was that damn movie? I Am Legend. You feel me? And it's like 5 years or something after the goddamn, the viral outbreak done murked everybody, and he think he and his dog are the only people on the planet. And he riding down the streets of New York. There's lions, there's tigers. He riding through trees and grass and shit in the middle of Manhattan. She gonna be all right. Y'all motherfuckers talking about saving the planet and shit. She gonna be all right. What you need to be talking about is how to hear and obey your mother's fucking will. That's what you need to be doing. She's trying to give you an opportunity to fucking redeem yourselves before she ghosts everybody up in this bitch. You feel me? She will shake us the fuck off like fleas before she allows us to destroy her. Bank on that. All these goddamn dystopian movies about us having to escape to another planet because we didn't destroy our own. That ain't happening. I promise you that ain't happening. I promise you that's not happening. Let these fucking weirdos convince you with that bullshit if you want to. She gonna be all right. And the reason I mentioned that is because Gaia and Captain Planet, no matter what the catastrophe was, no matter what the crisis was, she was always so cool. She was like, well, She was very stoic. You feel me? Because she is certain. She was never panicked. The kids would panic every now and again when they got a little overwhelmed. But she was like, look, you got the juice. I done gave you the juice. I done gave you the power. You got the magical rings. You got the intention that stimulates the rings, because the power is not in the ring, baby. The power is in your flesh. The power is in your heart. The power is in your intention. That is what juices up the ring. The power's not in the ring, baby. The power is you. And Captain Planet can't come on his own. He don't just pop the fuck up from out of nowhere. He is not the power. The power is you, babies. The power is you. And then I give you conduits through which to focus and channel and intensify that which is already in you. That which is already in you. Captain Planet is the hero. It's a jamming ass song. But Captain Planet is not the hero. Captain Planet ain't the hero. Baby, it's you. You. The little baby from Ecuador. It's you. Because you got the power of heart. You, little girl from wherever the fuck you from. You got the power of water. You, little girl, you got the power of earth. Or air or ink or wind or whatever the fuck it was. You, other little boy, you got the power of fire. The power is you. The power is in you. You incarnated with it. These are just instruments and tools that I give you to channel and focus that which is already in you. I keep telling y'all this. A crystal, where my lapis at? Got my big ass chunk of lapis. I love this piece of lapis. You feel me? I love this piece of lapis. But as long as this lapis sit right here on this desk, untouched, it ain't doing shit for nobody, nowhere on earth. It ain't. It's not. The magic wands that y'all, the meditation wands that I sent y'all with all them dope ass quartz and amethyst and turquoise and all that, and the pine cones and the feathers, they all have an energy. They do. But even that energy and those inanimate objects can't do a motherfucking thing without your intervention. Can't. The power is you. It is in you. It emanates from you, and it manipulates. It transforms everything that you focus your will on. That's it. Captain Planet couldn't emerge by himself. Couldn't do a motherfucking thing by himself. It required these people, these young people, these babies, gathering up through their will expressed. As a matter of fact, through their mother's will expressed through them, Gaia. To unify that intention, to unify that will, to unify the power given to them by her. And only the power of their will unified gave birth to Captain Planet. The heroes was the babies. The saviors of the world was the babies. They generated him together. They gave birth to him together. This is what I'm telling y'all about this world we have to create. They gave birth to him together. And as soon as they gave birth to him out of unity of will, they gave him the directive. Look, we tried to do this shit by ourselves, but this shit was a little bit too overwhelming. Go get him. He gave them the directive. I mean, they gave him the directive. They gave him the directive. Look, we done gave birth to you. We done called on you with our power combined, our power personified. Now go do what we tell you to do, because we are the mother's will made real. We are the mother's will. We comply to her demands. We comply to her will. Baby, there's a word in Captain Planet. I didn't mean to go off like that, but that moved me. I ain't thought about that in a long time. Anyway, so Yep, come on, let's move. I ain't gonna be on here 7 hours. I'm just letting you know. I'm trying to move fast, but I ain't gonna be up on y'all night. As a matter of fact, let me go grab something to drink. I thought I had a beverage in here. Give me 2 seconds. Let me go grab something out of the refrigerator. Move, child. I'm gonna say one more thing about Captain Planet, y'all. I'm on one now. I'm gonna say one more thing about Captain Planet, about the babies. Imagine, because these babies now, they know they got power. They ain't gotta believe. They ain't gotta hope. They ain't gotta pray. They ain't gotta beg. Please let this work. Please let this work. They certain. They are certain because of this open relationship they got with Gaia, right? They are certain of their power. They ain't ever concerned. You will never see them concerned about if their ring gonna work or not. They ain't never concerned. They're certain of their power. They're certain of their mission. They're certain of their task. They're certain of their role. They're certain of their destiny. These babies are certain. So there's a confidence every time they go on the scene. Here they are, babies. And they going up against oil rigs, and they going up against loggers and all kinds. These babies is certain. They don't every time Gaia presents them with a catastrophe, they're like, okay, because we got it. We certain because our mother gave us power. They certain. You hear me? And I'm trying to give you a fucking word. Because listening to all these Black content creators today talk all the negative, terrible, woe is me, and all the ways the world is fucked up shit today, I was like, we're not certain. We ain't in a place right now where we certain. Not as a group. Not as a group. Not as a community that personifies unified will. No, we ain't. We ain't certain. Because we wouldn't be talking this bullshit. We wouldn't be exhausting our precious ashe on this bullshit. Everything that we would be making is like, this is how we gonna take this shit. And this is the evidence that we can take this shit. Look at this good news coming from out of Australia. Look at this good ass news coming off out of here. Even as all this shit is terrible here, there, and everywhere, guess what? In the midst of chaos, this young person just cured cancer. You feel me? We would be looking and extracting as the people giving other people information. We got 40 people on here, got 250,000 followers. People got 1.5 million followers, and all they can hear coming from you is doom and gloom in the myriad of ways that we are fucked up. Now imagine if you switch gears just for a week. You with 45,000 followers, you with 100,000 followers, you with 1.5 million followers. And you say, you know what? For a whole week, all I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the good news that's happening around the world that is deliberately kept from you, that you would not know if I was not delivering it to you. That's the commitment I'm going to make to you this week. You ain't getting nothing but good news from me this week. You ain't getting nothing but good news from me this week. I got a book right now. I thought it was a kid's book. It's cute like a kid's book, but it's a grown folks book called 365 Days of Good News. I said, damn, that's cute. And it's actually based on all of these miraculous events, these miraculous feats by regular, everyday people. Some of these people poor and it's still able to execute miracles. They talk about this one brother from Bengal, I think. Is that the name of the country? Bengal? And he made a decision out of nowhere. He living in a damn third world country that had been desertified. His community had been desertified for 30 years. All the animals left. There was no trees, no fruit, no nothing. And one day at 19 years old, he made up his mind that every day, he was going to plant at least one tree. That's what he did. He said, I'm going to plant one tree every day. From now on, I'm going to plant one tree every day. This man was poor. That man planted a tree every day for 30 years. He alone is responsible for the reforestation of a community, of a village, of a portion of his country that had been desertified for 30 years. They attribute him alone with creating a jungle. Animals, tigers, birds, all the animals came back. That boy at 19 made a commitment that come hell or high water, I'm at least going to put one tree in the ground. That's my commitment to the planet. And in, I think it was 25 years, he planted a jungle. I said, that is radical shit. Another story out of the same book was a couple had bought some land that had been used as cattle land. They had cut all the tree. The people had cut all the trees down, and for the constant cattle grazing on the land for years and years and years, the land had wasn't producing no grass even, so they couldn't even breed the cattle there anymore. Right, so all the cows was gone, and it was like 25 acres of land that this. But they were scientists. This couple bought in Brazil, and they had a relationship with a person that had an orange juice company, an orange juice factory, and he was trying to figure out how to like ecologically get rid of the orange waste, the orange peels from his orange juice company. And they were like, we'll take it. We'll take the orange. You can just bring the diesel trucks with all the orange peels, and we'll make a little spot on our property, and that's where you can ongoing dump your orange peels. They weren't even looking for something to happen. Child, in 25 years, a whole goddamn ecosystem rose up from where all the orange peels was. Trees, bushes, exotic plants. People out here solving the problems, y'all. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. This shit is exciting to me. And I make a deliberate, and if you go in my playlist, in my page, I've got like, I've got all kinds of playlists on like, say like one is called Save the Planet. One is called like biotexture or something like that. There's another one, but all of those have video after video after video after video after video of people out here solving the goddamn problems. There's a little white girl in New Orleans she was just like, I like to drink wine. That's all. I just like to drink wine. She said, but one day I was feeling really guilty because we drink a lot of wine and we always putting wine bottles in the recycling bin, and we know they don't go to recycling. Like 75% of what we put in recycling bins go to the landfill. And she was like, me and my partner was there feeling really guilty about the fact that we love wine, but like, goddamn, we get rid of a lot of waste. And so they decided to start hoarding the wine bottles. If I showed y'all my kitchen right now, y'all would be like, this bitch is crazy. They started hoarding the wine bottles, trying to figure out what they themselves were going to do with the wine bottles. So they created a little machine, because she said, my idea was that if glass is made out of sand, then maybe we can turn the glass back into sand. So they started ripping all the labels off the wine bottles and storing them in their garage. And they were working on an idea to like create a machine that could grind the glass down fine enough to make it back into sand, right? They finally perfected their little machine, their little makeshift machine. And they were like, but it wasn't big enough. So they actually did a GoFundMe so that they could make a bigger prototype of this machine that they had been using just for their own personal use, their own personal glass, to grind it down to sand. And what they started doing was like, those flood bags, like the bags that are filled up with sand in the event of a flood. And New Orleans has them all over the place because it's a high risk flood zone. So they started, because you can go to like FEMA and get free sandbags. And so they just went to FEMA and got hundreds of sandbags. And every time they had enough, they would take their wine sand and fill up the sandbags. And then they would donate the sandbags full back to FEMA so other people could come and get them. Right. And then she was like, well, damn, that's a good idea, but maybe we can use it for other stuff too that people use sand for. Baby, let me tell you what they did. I know I'm all over the place, but I'm hyped about this week. Okay. So anyway, this little girl and her partner heard about a department in the local university. And the university had what was it called? Like a marine biology department. Right. And so they were trying to solve the problems that are peculiar to that portion of the Gulf of Mexico and the inland waterways that are always negatively impacted by floods, hurricanes, and shit like that in Louisiana. And so she pitched this idea to the marine biology department at this university. She was like, well, look, we've been working on this project. And so we've even started telling our friends, instead of throwing your wine bottles away, instead of throwing your beer bottles away, bring it to our house and we'll recycle it. We'll, grind it down to sand and we'll do what we do with it. And so everybody in their community started bringing their boxes of glass to these kids. They weren't even 30. Bringing a glass to these kids so these kids could ethically recycle this shit that they knew was going to go to the landfill, right? And so so they make a pitch to the Department of Marine Biology at the school, y'all. This shit is going to fucking blow your mind, okay? They was like, look, this is what we've been working on. We've been turning glass back into sand, and we got it down to perfection. It used to be really chunky, but now it's like you can actually rub your hands in it and not get cut. Like, we got it perfected. This is the thing that we want to know is, can you use the sand, even if it's colored, can your department use the sand to begin to build back up the river banks, the banks of the lakes, and the banks of the beaches with this recycled sand? They was like, damn, that's a good idea. Well, first let us test the glass chemically to make sure that we're not creating an environmental problem with like the coloring of the glass or whatever. Give us a little time to test the chemical constituents of the glass, and we'll let you know. Baby, they gave this young couple a contract, gave them all this funding to kick their recycling project into overdrive, got them like a warehouse, took the prototype of their machine, perfected the prototype. So now hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people a week were bringing all their glass to these young people so they could break the shit down into sand. And then they would take the sand to the university, and the university is literally rebuilding eroded like sandbanks, riverbanks, lake beds and shit with glass bottles recycled into sand. I was like, God damn, that shit is awesome. Last story, and then I'm gonna keep going where I'm going with the shit. Last story. This white woman was living in I think she was living in Washington. This shit is gonna blow y'all mind. But when I tell you motherfuckers is out here solving the problems, now we ain't gotta rely on nobody in power, baby. Motherfuckers is out here solving the problems. This was the craziest and most genius shit I ever heard. This woman had big ass shaggy dogs, big dogs, right? Like big dogs. White people love big dogs in their house. Big ass dogs. They shed like crazy. And so she was constantly sweeping, constantly vacuuming, constantly getting rid of all this dog hair. She said, one day I thought to myself, there has to be a better use for this dog hair than me just throwing giant bags of dog hair in the trash, y'all. She already was like, she was already like a, like a crafter, like a knitter. She knit, she crocheted, she sewed. So she started one day with this big ass bag of dog hair and fiddling around with it to see what idea she could have to use with all this dog hair. Okay. So she takes the dog hair and she organizes it on like like paper, like paper, like crafting paper, like it's a sewing paper that you can use, like that you draw like clothing designs on, and then you pin the fabric onto. It's been used, but anyway, but you know what I'm talking about. It's very thin paper, whatever, and you can sew through it and then remove the paper, right? So she was like, okay, I'm gonna organize the dog hair in thick layers on this paper, and then I'm just gonna sew it on the machine to hold the hair in place. I'm just gonna sew it, just sew lines through it until all of the hair is secured on the paper. Okay. But let me tell you something. These stories where it's just like people just have these crazy wild ideas out of nowhere. How you just sitting down one day drinking a bottle of wine and you're like, can we turn this bottle into sand? This is how the mother speaks. Y'all, I'm going to tell y'all, because this shit I'm about to tell y'all about this dog hair is going to blow y'all mind. I sat there with my mouth on the floor. This fucking woman took this dog hair mat she made because she, quote, felt guilty about throwing away big old giant bags of dog hair to the landfill. Sold the goddamn dog hair into a mat. This big. She said it was about doormat size. And she just started making them. She's like, I'm just going to make them. It'll come to me what they're for. It'll come to me what they're for. But she just making them. This is conviction. You understand? This is like the lightning strike of illumination. This is the light bulb that turns on out of nowhere. Some crazy idea comes to you, but you can see it so clear in your mind's eye, even if you don't know what it's for yet. She's like, it'll come to me what it's for. She said, not 2 months after I started working on this dog hair mat project that I didn't know what the hell I was going to use it for. I just got dog hair mats stacked up in the goddamn garage, right? Baby, let me tell you what happened. This story is amazing. She said, a couple of months, not 2 months after I started this little project, I see on the TV the what's it called? The Gulf of Mexico oil spill. And she said, I always knew, I'd always heard how the problem with oil spill cleanups is that the chemicals that they use to, quote, break down the oil can sometimes be just as toxic as the oil itself. It can have just as much of a detrimental effect on the wildlife as the oil itself. She said, I'm in Washington. As soon as I saw the news about this oil spill in Gulfport, in the Gulf of Mexico, she said, I instantly knew that's what it was for. She and her husband packed up all the goddamn dog hair mats, went to the Gulf of Mexico, and started demonstrating to the people that was working on the cleanup how the dog hair mats, without no chemicals or nothing, was cleaning up the oil more efficiently than anything that they were using. That after the dog hair mats was full of oil, after it soaked up all this oil, they could take it and go clean it and wash it and go back out there and use the motherfucking dog hair mat again. Child, the shit spread like wildfire. People was talking about this crazy woman with the dog hair, mats that was just cleaning up this oil. And they had made hundreds of these goddamn dog hair mats. People was like, let me get one of them dog hair mats. And all these people on the beach, she was just explaining how it happened. All these people on the beach was out there with the dog hair mats, just cleaning up this oil. So people got wind of it. They was like, damn, this shit genius. And so these scientists at some university somewhere was like, well, let us see how this is working. You feel me? And how we can reproduce this in a more efficient way. And they were saying that the dog hair mats were 83% more effective at cleaning up the oil without any toxic side effects than anything that they had been using up to date to clean up oil spills. Y'all heard what I just said? She was like, but damn, this is a brilliant idea. Let me go ahead and up the ante. So when she got back to goddamn Washington, she started going around. She and people that she had hired, friends and family, started going to all the barbershops, to all the hair salons, and saying, instead of y'all throwing your client's hair away after you do a haircut, save the shit in a garbage bag and we'll pick the shit up at the end of the day. She started going to all the goddamn barbershops and all the hair salons in her city, gathering up human hair to reproduce from human hair what she did with the dog hair. That's what you call divine intervention, divine inspiration. But where did that inspiration come from? The first thing that gave rise to the inspiration is, I don't want to be contributing to hurting the planet, to hurting my mother. How can I recycle this dog hair without it having to go to a landfill and do more damage? Y'all, that story blew my mind. She said, so when she's talking about it, she's talking about the whole process. She talked about how many oil spills they had been called to help clean up. What is it? Puget Sound in Alaska. She said, we done been to 3 oil cleanups in Puget Sound. People calling her from all over the place. Y'all, that shit is radical. That shit's so radical. Oh yeah, I heard about the mushrooms that eat oil. Oh, and there's some mushrooms that eat plastic too. That they just what? No, it's a bacteria. It's a bacteria that eats plastic, that breaks down plastic. When I tell y'all, people out here solving the problems, and so we ain't got no business, no reason to be up in here dismayed, demoralized, bewildered, confused, hopeless. What we need to do is seek out this news to share it with others that are feeling in a state of panic and crisis right now. People out here solving problems. Every problem we have, somebody is out here solving it in real time. Solving it in real time. This should be having me hype. There was another sister in Kenya who was working on a plantain plantation. And she was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? She's like, we get rid of so many, the leaves were becoming pollutions. Because in the cutting down of the leaves to get the bunches of plantain, they just leave the leaves. But that creates, she said, it like once the leaves start to decay and break down, they start to attract bugs. You feel me? It becomes waste, right? And she's like, we picking hundreds of thousands of goddamn plantains, and we're creating a lot of waste. Because even if we take it to the landfill, it's still going to be waste. She was like, there's got to be something I can use these leaves for. There's something I got to be using these leaves for. And they ain't getting paid. Ain't shit. They working at a goddamn PlayStation, so they ain't getting paid. What the fuck? She said, every day I was just in there like, what can we do with these leaves? It's just so much waste. It's bringing bugs and mosquitoes. There's got to be something we can do with these leaves. Baby, this young woman, I think they said she was 28. This young woman started taking some of the leaves home, right? And just working with the leaves, like doing this to the leaves, softening the leaves, see what she could do, just trying to create something to help alleviate this waste that they were producing, in the harvesting of plantains. This girl started making paper out of the leaves. She came up with a process through trial and error to make paper, high quality paper out of these leaves. She started making journals. She started making, like, you can go and just buy a pack of paper. She started making packs of paper. Within 3 months, child, didn't take no time. They said within 3 months, she was able to quit her job. And so her full-time job became to go to plantation and collect the leaves so she could go home and make the paper. Once she was able to support her own life without having to work on the plantation, she started going around to the other brothers and sisters who were making shit, working on the plantation, and started hiring her brothers and sisters that she worked with on the plantation. Right? They said she made her first $1 million selling plantain paper in the first year. Selling plantain paper to European countries in the first year. $1 million. Employing her brothers and sisters who wasn't making shit neither, paying them a living wage. 28 years old. Another little baby. This baby wasn't but 16 years old in Sierra Leone. And he said, everybody in Sierra Leone eat coconuts. Everybody be walking around with coconuts because they crack the coconut, put the straw in, drink the juice, and then you just got coconut waste. People ain't eating the coconut. They really just drinking the juice and then throw the coconut shell away. And he said one of the two of the biggest problems in Sierra Leone is deforestation because wood is still the primary and cheapest method of people having fire to cook with. So deforestation is the biggest issue in Sierra Leone. And then when the rainy season comes in Sierra Leone, which is 5 months long, and they're torrential rains, the rainy season comes, and because of the deforestation problem, the second problem and the second largest killer of people in Sierra Leone is mudslides. I didn't even know. Mudslides. And so this child, 16 years old, y'all, this baby, he lost his whole family, his mom, his dad, and his two siblings in a mudslide in Sierra Leone. He became homeless. And so he was trying to figure out, he said, every day, that's all I was thinking about was how I could make money and how I could do something that could make me some money. But he said, every time I turn around, I see people eating coconuts and they just throwing the coconuts away and there's coconut shells everywhere. He's like, there's got to be something I can do with these coconut shells. There's got to be something I can do with these coconut shells. So he starts working with the coconut. This baby 16. I'm telling y'all, this shit blew my mind. This baby was 16 and this was necessity. This baby was homeless. But he's like, how can I use these coconut shells? How can I make me some money and also clean up this waste? Because they just everywhere. I ain't even got to pay for the coconut shells. I can just go everywhere, pick up the shells, and figure out how to use the coconut shells. He created a process of turning the coconut shells into briquettes. I don't know if y'all are familiar with briquette technology, but it's pretty huge right now in the United States. It was developed by this engineer in Nepal years and years and years ago, but now it's you can find briquette workshops and YouTubes everywhere. Everybody does it. People who are like survivalists, like doomsday survivalists and shit. Briquettes is the thing. It is because it is a long burning way to it's a long burning substitute for wood that does not produce smoke when it burns. So they're saying for survivalists, for example, like if it's the end of the world scenario and you got to be out in the woods and you need to cook some shit, but you don't want to produce no smoke to give away your position, you feel me? You use briquettes because burning briquettes does not produce any smoke. This was what in Nepal, the reason it was the guy created it in Nepal is the second leading cause of death of the poor people in Nepal was because deforestation was their biggest problem. So when he created the briquettes in Nepal, the first engineer, he said there were 3 issues I was trying to solve at the same time. And I went to Europe to get my degree as an engineer for the sole purpose of addressing these issues in my homeland. The biggest issues were the pollution of the waterways, of the fresh waterways in Nepal. All of the rivers were extremely polluted because they don't have any kind of like real infrastructure to deal with rubbish, right? So all of the waterways are extremely polluted. There's more trash than there is water visible, right? He said that was the first issue. The second issue was deforestation is massive in Nepal because same reason. They can't afford fuel, and so the poorest people in Nepal are still using wood as their primary method of cooking and keeping warm. That deforestation to use the wood to cook with, it leads to the third problem, which is the second leading cause of death in Nepal among the poor is death by respiratory distress, you guys. They're burning wood in their homes and it's producing smoke. They're inhaling the smoke. It's the second leading cause of death of the poor people in Nepal. So he's like, how am I going to solve these 3 problems at the same time? So he started gathering when he built a school in Nepal, and every quarter he would go and take 10 women from different poor communities around Nepal, and he would put them through this program to teach them how to make briquettes. So how they did that was the first problem is he would take all the women down to the riverbanks and have them collect trash and big trash bags out of the riverbanks. They would just spend all day collecting trash. They would take the trash back to the school, and then they would turn the trash into like a goulash. They would put it in these big ass giant bins and cook the goddamn trash down, cutting it, grinding it up, making it small, cooking it, breaking it down. All the trash, branches, leaves, plastic bags, didn't matter. All the trash went in there. After they make the goulash, right? He had these PVC pipes, 2 PVC pipes, a big one with holes punched all in it, and then another one that would go down in the center, and they would pour the goulash all the way down in the thing. So when they made the briquettes, they would look like hockey pucks with holes in the middle, right? Then they would hang the hockey pucks on a clothesline to dry in the sun. And then once the drying process was over, here you have a little briquette that looked like a little hockey disc that would burn for 12 hours. Wood don't burn for an hour. The hockey pucks would burn for 12 hours and produce no smoke. Teach the women how to make the briquettes. Send them home with everything they need to make the briquettes and with a whole set of pots. So each woman, once they completed the program, didn't charge them a dime. He said, the only thing that I require of every woman that takes this workshop, that has the opportunity to come to school, is that you have to teach 3 women how to do the same thing you did. You have to make a commitment to teach at least 3 women everything that you learned here. Y'all. And I tell you, motherfuckers is out here solving problems. So this little baby, he is like, look, I'm going to make some briquettes. So he started working with the coconut shell, trying to break it down, trying to do all of this shit. He said it took him about a good 6 months to work out a process where he could make these charcoals. He literally made charcoals out of the, excuse me. He made charcoals, little charcoals out of the coconut shells, and then would take little plastic boxes, because he would go around scavenging the trash cans and shit, find little plastic containers and shit to put the charcoals in. Then he would go to the market and sell the charcoals as an alternative fuel for wood. And he said, my whole thing was once I figured out how to make this thing burn and work so you could cook with it and whatever, he was like, I started really talking to people. I was like, at first I was just like, you want to buy these charcoals, whatever. And people were like, whatever, get out of here, right? But then when he started really talking to people about how this burns longer, it doesn't produce any smoke. And guess what? We can actually begin to prevent mudslides if we stop going out here to chop wood down. And people, he said, when he started talking to people, he's 16 and homeless. When he started talking to people, instead of just trying to sell the charcoals, they was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's when he started making sales. Somebody gets wind of this project this baby's been involved in. It was a sister. This sister was from a neighboring country like Benin or something. She gets wind of this child who is now making a steady income. He too has started employing his homeless homies. Listen, y'all. This 16-year-old baby, as soon as he start coming up, he start employing his homies. This is a recurring theme where it ain't just like I'm trying to come up. As soon as I'm on, I'm putting everybody around me on too. So this woman who is in a neighboring country gets wind of this project this baby has created from nothing, from the ground up. And she was like, oh my God, this is genius. Now she is already doing work. She has like a nonprofit or an NGO or something, and they're dealing specifically with deforestation. She gets in contact with the baby, and he literally still just grinding, going to the dumpsters, going to the the landfills, collecting the coconut shells, doing the thing, getting his homies to help him with the collection. So he's still got a real grassroots project happening. She gets wind of what he's doing. She goes to meet him. She's like, first of all, we gonna house y'all. You and your homies that are doing this, we about to house y'all. And then we want to work with you guys to perfect your little project and then use that in conjunction with our tree planting project that we're doing specifically in places that are impacted by mudslides. So they start partnering. This child gets a job with this NGO through this woman to start perfecting, fine-tuning his little charcoal business, his little coconut shell charcoal business, so that he can work in tandem with this woman who is going to these countries that have really, really bad rainy seasons and have these severe mudslides, so that they can start replanting trees and doing all these workshops about how people need to stop cutting down trees. Now there is a wood burning alternative that they can use and see if we can stop losing hundreds of people a year to mudslides. Brilliant. I just be so invigorated when I see that type of shit. I can tell y'all story after story after story of incredible shit. We have to seek out the good news, child, because Americans are demoralized. Americans are terrified. They demoralized. They exhausted. And so our imaginations have been deliberately stifled through this non-ending fucking terror campaign that really intensified, honestly, since the beginning of COVID. And we ain't had no recovery time. It's just one traumatic experience to the next. People need a vision. People need some good news. People need something to speak to them that can encourage them, not just by words and shit, but can encourage them through evidence. Like, I'm hyped about a 28-year-old white girl in Louisiana talking about, I like drinking wine. I ain't gonna stop drinking wine, but how do I deal with this waste I keep producing? Let me turn this shit back to sand and give it back to the mother. That shit is awesome. Now I'm done with my little diatribe. I'm just telling you, everything that we need, every idea that we could possibly have to change the world already exists. It's already being done. How do we collectivize this shit? How do we do like them babies on Captain Planet? With the power, what is it? With the something, with the energy of our powers combined. What do they say? What they say, y'all? With our powers combined, whatever they say. And they put their rings together and the power shoots out of their rings and out comes Captain Planet as their materialized unified will. Captain Planet is their materialized unified will. Okay? With the power of our hearts combined, we call Captain Planet. And the materialization of their unified will, get out here and get the goddamn work done. How do we unify our will? How do we unify our will, child? How do we collectivize our will? How do we, what do he said, they say Captain Planet, he's our power magnified. That's what the song say. The song say, Captain Planet, what? Captain Planet, he's a hero. Gonna take pollution down to zero. He's our power magnified. He us. He us. He is the evidence of our unified will. He's our power magnified. And he's fighting on the planet side. I'm up in there hype. Up in there hype. Woo, child. How do we unify our will globally? We can do it locally too, but how do we unify our will? Right? How do we magnify our power? What would be the material evidence of our power unified and magnified? Can we give that as a vision to people so they can get out of this quagmire of despair and shock and fear? Maybe we need to see if somebody can re-release Captain Planet. I don't know. But yo, I'm up in this bitch hype. All right. I know y'all tired of me. What time is it? Okay. I took so many notes. All right. I want to tell y'all something else. I know it's going to seem unrelated. But when I tell you about the astrology, you're going to have a eureka moment, okay? So I was telling the first sister that I read today, because of her trifecta, because of her sun, moon, and ascendant, which was radical, okay? I was like, girl, this whole shit about you, the next 20 years is yours. It's yours. But anyway, she was not familiar. Even though she's been following me, she said, she was not really familiar at all with Shango and Oya, like their archetypes, like their mythology. So I'm talking to her about Shango, about the story that I've told y'all many times about Shango, about how Shango was the only Orisha to have been born a human, right? He was the king of Oyo. And the story is that he was born human, right? And he was a king. And he was a much beloved king, well renowned from kingdom to kingdom. He was a wrestler. He was good looking, you feel me? He was debonair. They say he was so beautiful that both men and women loved him. Women loved him. Men wanted to be him. He was a master wrestler. Couldn't nobody beat him in the wrestling match. Turn up man. Loved the party, loved the drumming, loved the dancing. He was just the one, right? But because Shango was the king, he would like facilitate wrestling matches in the kingdom, right? Just wrestling matches for the turn up. Like we go to MMA, we're like, yeah, kick his ass, we love it. But it's just a match. Well, something happens, something shifts in his consciousness. And he ends up becoming drunk on power. Because he is unchallenged. He cannot be beat in the wrestle. He has never been beat in war. And that, what was confidence becomes arrogance. And that arrogance becomes toxic. And once nobody can challenge, when there's nothing to anchor, when there's nothing to bind, when there's nothing holding you accountable, that confidence quickly becomes arrogance, and that arrogance becomes toxic, right? And so people are they saying like something's up with Shango. Like I don't know what's going on, but Kabiesi was like that bullshit. Like what the fuck is going on with Kabiesi, right? Then the wrestling matches go from just like entertainment to now everybody that he forces to wrestle has to fight to the death. Now the kingdom is like, oh no, this is no good. Like something's up. Like this is bad, right? This used to be fun, used to be cute. This is bad. Like what the fuck is going on with Oba? What the fuck is going on with Kabiesi? And nobody can tell him anything. There's nobody that can hold him accountable. His power is like now insane, right? These two brothers come to the kingdom. I want to give you, they come to the kingdom. They're twins. Now remember, all of these stories, all of these mythologies, they are astrological. I want you to keep that in mind. Okay? These twin brothers come to the village, come to his empire. And he's like, I got an idea. Y'all two, I'm gonna put y'all against each other. Y'all gonna fight to the death. And they were like, oh, but no, don't make us. No, we don't want to do it. Oh, but please, don't make us do it. He was like, what did I say? It ain't up for debate. Y'all twins gonna fight to the death. And then he put soldiers all around them. If y'all stop fighting, both y'all gonna die. So he forced the two men to fight against each other. And they did. And one of the brothers killed the other. And as soon as he killed his brother, it said he fell on his knees and just started screaming. And the scream shocked the village, shocked the empire so much that all the women in the village started screaming and crying, just screaming, everybody screaming at the hurt that they witnessed this man go through at having to kill his brother, having been made to kill his brother. And the way I was told the story was that the screams were what shook Shango out of what was like a possession of arrogance. Do you hear what I'm telling you? That he was possessed with power. And that it was the screams of suffering. It was the screams of sorrow that shook the shit out of him. And when he came to his senses, he was instantly overcome with shame and with guilt. And because he is the king, there is no one that can hold him accountable. There's nobody that can hold him accountable. And so recognizing this, overcome with guilt, overcome with shame and what he had done, he ran. He just took off running. He's crying. He's overwhelmed. And he takes off running. He takes himself to a ricochet with a rope. He climbs up the tree and ties the rope around his neck. And he leaps from the tree, attempting to kill himself. And in that instant, in that space between life and death, Oya grabbed him. And in that instant, he became Orisha. Because if he would have died, he'd have gone to the ancestral realm. In that space, in between life and death, Oya grabbed him and made him Orisha. Why did she make him Orisha? She made him Orisha because she saw it. It couldn't have happened while he was still in the tree. It had to be when death was imminent. It had to be when death was imminent. And she said, in the story, the way I heard it, is the story is that in that instant where he was willing, out of shame and grief, to punish himself for what he had done, to hold himself accountable for the crime that he had committed, that moment represented Shango's willingness to slay his own ego And in that moment of him proving that he was willing to slay his own ego, to hold himself accountable for what he had done, that he had learned the lessons of what it takes for a male to become God, for a male to become his God self, that a male has to be willing to slay his own ego in order to become his God self. That's some powerful shit. I'm telling this sister this story because Shango, aka Aquarius, is highlighted on Wednesday. Who is he highlighted with on Wednesday? Oya. On this story about how it was our mother, baby, and only she, that had the ability to transform him from man to God. Oya did that. Oya did that. And only she could do that. Oshun couldn't do that. Yemaya could not do that. Because Oya is the only one that has 1 foot in the terrestrial realm and 1 foot in the ancestral realm. Only she was able to transform man into God. You hear me? This story, and the reason I'm telling you this story right now is because there was a reason. Hold on. There was a point. Oh, I remember the reason. Because as I'm telling this sister the story about Shango, about him becoming, and I talk to y'all all about it all the time. I'm always saying that statement that came out of Europe, beware the madness of the king. This is a story ongoing from every place on earth historically about how a man in a position of power, where his position of power gets so high that there is none among him that can hold him accountable. There is none among him, not his counsel, not nobody. There's none among him that can keep him grounded, even as he is the ruler. When he gets to that place where there's none above him, there's none that can hold him accountable, that can punish him, that can reel his ass back, that he answers to, that power will become malignant every time. Everywhere you go, read about ancient Egypt, read about emperors from ancient China, read about kings in Europe, read about men in Africa, and there is a basis behind this statement of beware the madness of the king. Right? This story, exactly. Somebody said this, Nura Allah says this sounds like where we are in America right now, right? Beware the madness of the king. And the reason that I paused, because I've told that story about Shango many times, but today it hit different. Because I'm always talking about beware the madness of the king. Tajli says absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. Beware the madness of the king. But what else have I've been hitting at for about the last 2 months as something I really want to get into, but I'm not because it's so deep and there's so many angles I don't want to get into it yet. But there's something that I want to get into, and I keep saying it. It is about ritual, spiritual madness, and it struck me today. This is the angle that I'm gonna have to approach this topic from. How does masculine madness or male madness versus female madness, that masculine madness is destructive. Masculine madness is destructive. Y'all hear me? God damn, this shit hit me so hard today. Male madness historically is destructive. But on the opposite side, every time you hear about powerful women, about spiritual women, about goddess-possessed women, about women who are open for their ancestors to mount them and speak to the many through them, about divine oracles and sibyls, all of these powerful women in country on earth, in every mythology on earth, in every historical text on earth, that ritual madness is required. Ritual madness is required for the divine to come through. Y'all hear me? That shit smacked me on the top of the head like literally a bolt of lightning. I said, oh my God. So even with Oya, what do they say? And when she go to battle, she turned the fuck up. She dancing. This my shit. Let's go. She ready. She dancing, and every time her skirt fling, Every time her skirt fling in the dance, in the battle, in the war, every time her skirt fling, she kicking off a tornado. She flinging off a twister. She kicking off a hurricane. She like, this is my shit. I've been waiting for this. Meanwhile, because otherwise, if I ain't in war, because I told the sister, I said, I don't think that the identification of Oya and Shango as war deities is appropriate. Because when you read their stories, they're not always at war. They go to war when it's necessary. They go to war when there is a threat to humanity. They go to war when there's somebody being oppressed. They ain't at war all the time. The rest of the time, what is it? Shango is the turn-up man. He is the lord of the drum and dance. Oya is the owner of the marketplace. Meanwhile, she raising other people babies because her babies were still born. She raising other people babies. You feel me? She's very maternal. She's very sexual. She and Shango are married, but they have never lived together. Why? Because she's an independent woman. She like you my boo. You understand? You my ace. We can go to war when it's time to go to war. You feel me? But I ain't trying to live with you. You can come over, slide through, get you some, and go on about your life. They ain't never lived together. Right? I love that. I love that story. She like, I got a life to live out here. I got shit to do. You know what I'm saying? I got a world to intervene in. You say, I can't be caught up in your house like your motherfucking housewife, bitch. I got shit to do. And I don't need you getting in the way of the shit I got to do. So I will see you in a week. When you slide through, get you some. You feel me? I love you. You my dude. You feel me? And then you go on about your life. You got 2 other wives. You got it. You'll be all right. You feel me? And so that's one aspect of her that I love. And then the other aspect is the majority of the time that Oya is spending is making Black women wealthy. We don't ever talk about that. Oya is the owner of the marketplace. What does this mean? Oya is an African deity, and everywhere in Africa, the Black woman, was the owner and controller of the marketplace. She would take the harvest, she would take the food, she would take the meat, she would take it to the market, and it was all today only women buying, selling, and traded on the marketplace. So when it says that Oya is the owner of the marketplace, she who brings unlimited bounty and wealth, she ain't talking about the motherfucking plutocracy being rich. She's talking about us. She said, she's like, bitch, I want y'all to be rich. Y'all to let these motherfuckers steal all y'all wealth. Y'all gonna go and take y'all shit back? Because I didn't give that shit to them. That wasn't for them. That shit was for y'all. So, like, what y'all gonna do? That's all she do. That's the majority of what she does. Is take care of children. Her children are the Egungun. Her children are the Ibeji, the twins. Right? She's like, I got babies. And so I need to govern the marketplace. And I want Black women to be rich. I want Black women to be abundant. But y'all got to come get y'all shit. Because these planets, another breakthrough I had today with the sister. We always talk about it in kind of like disembodied, kind of metaphorical ways about our relationship to the planets. But we have been taught to see the Earth as something outside of the astrological significance of our heavenly brothers and sisters. Like when you look at the 12 zodiacal, when you look at the 12 houses and the 12 zodiacal signs, is your planet on there? I'm just asking a question. Is your planet on there? Is Earth? Thank you. Right. Is your planet on there? As if we are outside this relationship with our solar system. That always struck me. Like, why is that? We're part of the solar system too. Like, why wouldn't we in some way be factored into this heavenly orchestration that is the dance of the planets? Why we ain't included on it? Because men wrote that shit. Men wrote that shit. The one that we use now. The astrological orchestration that we all accept right now. Men wrote that. I'm gonna put a link in this feed because I watched this white guy. What was his name? Rick something. This white astrologer, he blew my mind. My mind ain't been blown in a long time. He blew my mind. He blew my mind. And thinking about this video I just watched of his 2 nights ago, when I was doing this reading for this girl today, I was like, damn, I got an analogy. Because I've been harping a lot on how we have to re-see our relationship with Saturn, how we have to reevaluate our relationship with Capricorn, because we talk about Capricorn in this terrible way that Capricorn has always been communicated to us. The great malefic, the evil, Satan, all of that shit, right? That we have to reestablish our relationship with Saturn, and maybe our coins will get right. And maybe we'll stop blocking our blessings because Saturn wants us to have money, right? And so I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about that, and I'm like, oh my God. And so we're, how when they talk about Jupiter, who is also in play, Jupiter leaves Jupiter in Gemini right now will station direct. Jupiter's been in retrograde. Jupiter's direct motion in Gemini ends the day after the new moon. It's big shit all week. And you know how Jupiter is called the great benefic. And what do they always tell you? That Jupiter can only respond to what you putting out. It wants to give you what you want times 10. But if all you communicating is woe and doom and all of that shit, all it can do is magnify what you're giving, right? We always hear that about Jupiter, the great benefic. It wants to give us more of what we want. But if all we putting out is negativity, doom, gloom, all things terrible, all it can do is multiply what it's giving back. So I'm telling the sister this as I'm talking about her chart. And I'm like, oh my God, I just had a breakthrough. I was like, I said, we make it something esoteric and intangible. But think about it this way. We, the planet Earth, is a part of a whole, a system. What is a system in medical language? A system is made up of organs. So you've got your organs as individual organs. Those organs together make up a system. A system is independent or individual independent organs working together for a singular purpose. They all have their own function, but they are still working in relationship to the other organs, even as they have their own peculiar function, right? That's a system. Our planets are the same way. So we've always been taught that somehow our Earth is outside of this system, not an intimate, interdependent part of this whole system, which is our solar system. So if we see our planet Earth as a part of an integrated whole, a system, you feel me? Then it means our Earth too is playing a role in this cadence of these planets that are circling around us. What is the role? Because we don't learn the role in astrology at all. We don't learn the role of our Earth in astrology at all, right? And I was thinking about this today, and I was like, but we don't have to make it metaphysical. Think about it like this. This thing that I'm telling you about Jupiter and how Jupiter can only, quote, give you in return what you're given. It can only, I said, think about it like a feedback loop. Think about it like a feedback loop. Better yet, think about it like a computer. Think about this relationship, Earth, to all these other planets as a part of an integrated whole. Think about Earth like a computer. Think about the universe or our solar system like a computer, okay? And we, Earth, is the computer programmer. You feel me? We are the computer programmer, and the solar system is the computer. The computer can only respond based on the information input. The computer cannot produce any results, any feedback that is not directly in response to whatever you as the programmer have put in. The information you have fed the computer, that's all it can respond to. That's all it can give you feedback on. You feel me? Think about that relationship to Jupiter that way. That all the other heavenly brothers and sisters are a computer, and we as Earth are constantly putting information into the computer. And what we're constantly being fed back is feedback. Information being responded to, information in response to what we put in as information. That information is emotions. That information is vibratory frequency. That information is ashe that we spit out of our mouths, and it says that the heat that comes from our body goes on forever. You feel me? All the planets, all they can do is respond to what information is being put into it. Taking that analogy, that the whole solar system is an intimate feedback mechanism, a feedback loop between us and them, right? How will you use your energy? What information will you be inputting into this galactic system of ours, right? What will you be communicating to these organs that you are asking something of? You don't just acknowledge that Saturn now is great-grandmother Crone, the governess of the threads of time, she who can make life bountiful. As a matter of fact, so bountiful that it was she who was the ruler of the last golden age. What are you giving her information-wise, frequency-wise, aspiration-wise, vision-wise, that she can feed back, that she can give back as a response to your aspirations, to your dreams, to your desires, to your visions? Are you giving her something that she can give you what you want? Or are you giving her some shit and asking her to make a miracle out of some bullshit that you done put in as information into the goddamn computer, into the program? She can't give you anything. She can't respond to anything but what you're giving. Pluto, who is our great champion, who is our mother. She is the hero of the age. She is the one. She the ruler. She the emperor of the next 20 years. But she can only respond to she can only answer the questions that you asking. She can only respond to the information that you are putting in to the computer, to the system. What you putting in? Are you dooming and glooming on social media all day, and every time you turn on the motherfucking TikTok, computer, whatever, all it is black people lamenting and woeing and cussing each other out and going the fuck off? And she paying more attention to us than anybody else, I promise you. Just a week. I want to say one more thing that I feel like y'all appreciate about the male madness versus female madness. I was going off about Daenerys the other day. She was the personification of male madness. Here she is, a woman with the potential to express the life-giving benefit of female madness. But because she was so tied to, because she was so convicted to white male patriarchal ambition, her madness looked like male madness. Yeah, anyway. Take that. Don't need that. Damn. There. We got so much work to do. So I saw this girl. I'm going to say this because I got to put it out there. There was a girl. She was talking some crazy shit, but there's one thing that she said that stood out. And it was kind of in relationship to what Tajali was saying. I was telling y'all yesterday that Tajali said, when Tajali was telling me how her church used to work with these Jews for Jesus organization, and the dude told her that in the Talmud, it says that as long as you tell your enemy what you planning on doing to them, that all is forgiven. That there ain't no crime you can commit against your enemy that you will be guilty of if you tell him beforehand what you gonna do. Isn't that so insidious? I'm telling you, Tajali, that shit has stayed with me since we had that conversation. So simple, yet so diabolically profound. And so how do they tell you what they intend to do to you? How have they been telling you all this time? Every crime they intend to make against you, they have literally put it in your face. Brilliantly evil. Listen, every aggression they have ever committed against you, they told you beforehand. Go back into the archives. Go back into the archives. Like, remember the movie? What was that movie? With the blue people, Avatar. Remember in the first Avatar when they go to the planet and the bad guy, the white guy, the bad guy was telling him that after what did he say? He said after the I think it was it Zimbabwe? But he's talking all these years into the future where they go and colonize this other planet. He's like, yeah, I was in the war in Zimbabwe. I said, there ain't been no war where Americans been fighting in Zimbabwe. That's some foreshadowing shit. He just said it all matter of fact, like, oh yeah, the last war I was in was, when we went to Zimbabwe. I said, what the fuck? Tozily raised all these predictions that's got y'all in y'all feelings about Bart Simpson and how all these writers must have been psychic. They must have been psychic. No, bitch, they Jewish. They ain't psychic. There's like whatever we plan, we can just put it in here like a cartoon. And that way, when it happened, people will be caught up on the mysticism of fucking prophecy that they won't even see. No, we wrote in the cartoon what we intend to do to ensure absolution for us when our leaders, because they are just the propagandists for those in power. The writers of Bart Simpson, the writers of the scripts of every movie that you've watched, the people who force young black people to sing what they want them to sing as opposed to what they want to sing. They put the shit in the culture as quote entertainment. And so when the shit go down, instead of you being a deeply insightful, analytical, strategic, thank you motherfucker, recognizing these motherfuckers is always plotting and scheming against you, you like, oh my God, this episode of Bart Simpson came out in 1993. How they know that? And then you find 10 million videos about the psychic abilities of the Bart Simpson writers, and you literally see 10 years prior to Trump's first bid in the White House, 10 years prior, how they write a cartoon. Trump wasn't even in politics then, and they write a cartoon with Trump running for president, and he going down an escalator, and there's a guy standing behind him on the escalator, and there's all these protesters holding up signs on the escalator. And 10 years later, after he becomes president, they literally draw the same picture that they drew was the exact same scene of him going down the escalator with his wife in front of him and all these protesters with goddamn like signs as he's going down the escalator. And y'all think this is the execution of prophecy, the fulfillment of prophecy. Not that he was playing the role of the script that had been written for him 10 years prior. That's all. They showing you side by side images of what's Lisa Simpson, is that her name? Bart Simpson's sister, sitting as the president of the United States with some pearls on her neck. She's sitting in the Oval Office with some pearls on her neck and this purple business suit, sitting behind the desk as the president of the United States. And then they show you an image, a photograph of just last year. What's that old girl name that was the vice president? Kamala, that y'all all crying crocodile tears about, in a purple suit with the exact literal same pearls on her neck, sitting behind a desk somewhere in the White House where it looked like this picture of Lisa Simpson 10 years prior, 5 years prior, dressed in a blue suit with some white pearls in the desk at the Oval Office as the president of the United States. And you're like, oh my God, this exactly like that episode of The Simpsons. They can put the shit in plain sight in your face and you will come to a different conclusion. I said, God damn. I'm sat here for a week watching all these bullshitting ass. What are the Simpsons predictions for 2025? Y'all, God damn it. These are not predictions. These are enemies running circles around your imposed ignorance. They run in circles around you that they can literally play in your face, and you will come to every conclusion. The aliens must have did it. They must have been visited by their sleep and planted the vision of the future in their brain and then wrote it as a cartoon. You feel me? There's somebody in the writing group of The Simpsons that is like Nostradamus. Y'all have come to every conclusion, but they Jews, they wrote the shit so they can absolve themselves from any kind of guilt about coming crimes they government and their religious institutions intend to execute somewhere down the line, and in order to hoodwink you on some mystical ghostly bullshit, they dressed a goddamn actor in the form of Kamala Harris, in the form of Donald Trump, in the form of Joe Biden, or whoever the actor is at any given time. Say, look, this the time now. While people all out here scared and shit, we need to throw one of these prophecy distractions on their ass. Here, wear this purple suit, wear these cute little pearls, make your hair look a little crazy. You feel me? Sit at this desk so you look just like Lisa Simpson did in episode 192 of The Simpsons. And child, y'all take that shit hook, line, and sinker. Somehow what I just said is less rational. Is less rational than aliens planting a dream in a nigga head and then he write the cartoon, or somebody being the great descendant of goddamn Nostradamus, or you feel me? A motherfucker had a bad trip on acid and wrote that. Everything becomes a possibility except the logical, except the right in your face. Except that your ass is a victim of straight up warfare, psychological goddamn warfare every day. That will never cross your mind. Trump's daughter was wearing a hand. I saw that bullshitting ass bullshit. And y'all think I'm out here tripping. They playing in y'all face, y'all. They do it so well. They do it so bodaciously. They like, these niggas is really rocked to sleep. Ain't nobody threw a rock through a window yet nowhere. Ain't nobody bust one of us upside the head with a brick. Like, these motherfuckers really ain't about that life no more. Shit, we can get away with some more. Let's go. They ain't even got to hide their shit no more because they know they done pacified the fuck out of us. That the only idea of revolution, rebellion, or any kind of fight back that we can even come up with is some kumbaya songs on the front line of a motherfucking bullshitting ass demonstration. They know we can't think nowhere past that. And I'm going to tell you, that shit, the fact that we can't think no more than that, we can't think nothing else outside of that. Some kumbaya shit with some placards and some pink pussy hats. That's all we can. That's the most gangster we can get. That's why these white people out here. I'm talking about the far right. I'm talking about these extremists. That's why their asses have gotten so bodacious. That's why their asses have gotten so comfortable, because they perceive the majority of us as cowards. They perceive, that's why they can be even overt, even outright, is because it used to be in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, the general radical right population still treaded lightly in their interactions and relationships with black people. You tell me I'm wrong. Black people, especially in the 70s and 80s, when we were still caught up in that bullshit ass Reaganomics shit, everybody was on the brink. And white people knew they could catch a fist. Like, they couldn't, this bullshit, was there any such thing as Karen syndrome? Y'all remember any Karens in the 70s, 80s, 90s? Y'all remember any Karens? Any stories about white people just being so audacious that they would just try you in the street? That shit did not exist. It was non-existent. And white people knew. White kids in school knew that shit. You can't just roll the fuck up on some black people, on any black person, because every last one of us was on the fucking brink. You was liable to get hurt. You was liable to get the frustration and the rage of our whole existence in a single instant. In a single instant. And so they didn't try. But now, because of respectability politics and all of these little narratives that have rocked your ass to the fucking sleep, these motherfuckers have gotten emboldened. Because they don't catch fades no more. They don't catch fades no more. When's the last time? They don't catch fades no more. They don't have us to talk about. Hold on, let me take my motherfucking earrings real quick. What the fuck you just say? That shit ain't out there like that no more in mass. And as we become cowards, out of that, now I'm saying cowards, but I'm talking about a pacification through fucking ideology. I'm talking about respectability politics. I'm talking about I'm a more spiritual person, so I just don't pop off like that anymore. You know, when somebody tries me, I know it's just a reflection of something happening with them. So I mind my own business. All of these goddamn narratives strategically dumped all over the community. And motherfuckers don't catch fades no more. And it's like, damn, these niggas ain't gonna do shit. These Mexicans that used to be all hard like that, they ain't gonna do shit. You got them natives, they used to always be the fuck on the brink, they ain't gonna do shit. This shit done worked. To actually say, yes, you with the brakes beat the fuck off. Yes. You would catch a fade. Your ass was going to, bitch, your ass was gonna eat concrete. It was not up for debate or discussion. Your ass was gonna eat, your ass gonna get rocked to sleep. These motherfuckers have gotten bodacious, audacious, and we get scared. We start hearing about militias stacking up on weapons and ammunition, and we's like, damn, we ain't ready. You feel me? We ain't ready. We become frightened, not remembering that it was just a half a second ago. Any excuse was a good excuse to throw the fuck down. Just look at me wrong and I'm ready. We had an attitude because we under a lot of pressure. But that attitude and that pressure kept some of that fucking bullshit and ass behavior that we see today that's run amok, unchecked, kept that shit in check. You wasn't just gonna be out here fucking disrespecting black people. You weren't gonna be out here all wild. Y'all own these goddamn social media channels debating about how angry you are at white people, throwing Heil Hitler's, bitch. What the fuck? Why are you angry? Why are you even debating it? Why are you even responding to the video? Like you don't know who they are. Like you don't know where you live. Like you don't know what the history in this bitch is. God rest Katherine Johnson. 89-year-old woman gunned the fuck down in her bed in Atlanta. You know what I mean? Like you don't know where we live. Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. Baby. Killed by a regular, everyday, Jewish white person. Like you don't know where you live. You see what I'm saying? Dylan Wolf, who was killed all them Africans, got arrested without incident, put in the backseat of a cop car, and they took his ass to fucking Burger King en route to the jail. And you act like you don't know where the fuck you live. You treat history like it's ancient history, like this shit didn't happen yesterday. Like Donald Trump didn't sign away every motherfucking right your ancestors bled for in an instant just last week. And because y'all lamenting and woeing on these social media outlets as opposed to shutting your motherfucking mouth and letting your quiet makes them afraid. Oh, these niggas ain't saying shit. They must be plotting. What the fuck is going on? I ain't seen one video response to that bullshit we did yesterday. What the hell is happening? Oh no, when the niggas get quiet, something. Don't y'all know that y'all just made this girl a couple of scores of racks just giving attention to that bullshit? Just constantly being triggered and played. Triggered and played. Every time, I keep telling y'all that shit. Every time some no-name somebody want to make a name for themselves, every time some po-ass nobody want to make a name for themselves, want to get a couple racks, all they got to do, and everybody on the planet knows it, includes some raggedy ass Korean girl in South Korea. All they got to do is say something trifling about a black woman, and all of a sudden, they followership go from 20,000 to 250,000 overnight. All they got to do is say something ugly about a black woman. All they got to do is blaspheme some black woman. All they got to do is throw some black woman under the motherfucking bus and they can make a couple stacks. And y'all did that because rage bait is primarily for us. Rage bait is primarily for us because we so easily triggered and we react right away. So easily triggered and we react right away. Ready to give some Korean girl a few racks. Because all she had to do was say something fucked up about black women. Ain't that about a bitch? All these white girls got to do is say something like that little white girl who called herself having an attitude because her ex-boyfriend, this is now the boyfriend of Meg Thee Stallion, and all she had to do was get up in there and slander black women, and her followership, didn't nobody even know who this white girl was. Now all of a sudden her name on everybody's lips. Y'all did that. Y'all did that. You understand? Now I tell you what, let some crazy ass shit happen this week. Some rage baity bullshit happen this week with us as the target. And instead of reacting, I want everybody black in this country to go dead ass silent. That's what I want to happen. It's everywhere in the news, it's everywhere in the social media, rage baity, white nationalist, anti-black, anti-woman bullshit come down the pike on this social media. Because just as I'm telling y'all the plot and scheme, they plotting and scheming. This is a monumental week. Let some old rage baity ass bullshit come up the fuck on the screen, and everybody black this week is silent on the social media. That shit for them would be terrifying. I'm just trying to give y'all a word. That shit for them would be terrifying. That if y'all can do this social media detox for this week only, from today to the end of y'all's feast day on the 2nd, that if you engaged in social media, the commitment to yourself is that there is no bad news. I am only seeking out. I am only giving attention to. I am only giving my precious minutes that everybody is vying for through these social media out. They vying for your minutes. They vying for your time because it's currency. Ain't nobody getting my attention but anybody talking about those things that speak to my highest values, that speak to my highest vision, that speak to my spirit, my heart, and my flesh. If it don't resonate on that level, it can't have my attention this week. Yes, from today to February 2nd, which I think is Sunday. It's either Saturday or, it's Sunday, February 2nd. Make it the 3rd. Because Sunday is Oya's feast day, which is a big day. So make it that full day on the 3rd. Then you can go back to whatever doom scrolling ass shit you doing. But this week, high vibration. Turn on some Earth, Wind, and Fire in your house and crank that shit up so the music hit every single corner of your crib. Play Earth, Wind, and Fire. Play Jupiter. Play Diana. These are songs about the goddess, baby. They was up on game, hell, 20 years before most of us was born. You feel me? Yeah. Oh, that's dope. Yo, Blossom Central, happy birthday. That is the most gangster and auspicious birthday you can possibly have. How old are you going to be? That's awesome. Everybody big up Blossom Central. Her birthday is on the Chinese wood snake New Year, Aquarius new moon in Pluto. Y'all. That's, girl, are you having a party for your girl? You need to turn all the way up. Like your turn up need to be insane for your birthday. You got the gangster birthday. That's radical. I'm jealous. That's radical. That's radical. Damn. That's awesome. Yes, y'all. Java Watson. I hear you. I love Goody Mob. Survival Kit don't really sound high vibrational. I'm talking about high vibrational, boo. This ain't the week for like dead prayers. This ain't the week for war music. I don't think so. This ain't the week for war music. Maybe next week for war music. This week, because Venus is heavy on the scene too. She's really dominating a lot of the terrain. The new moon in general is the Cancer rules the moon anyway. So you've got this maternal, watery energy. Even though the new moon, the new moon is an Aquarius new moon, you've got this really maternal, loving, big, benefic energy this week. Everything is about like, yes, we can do this. It's like that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, we gotta get ready. We gotta sharpen the iron. We gotta go. That's not that energy this week. I'm here for that energy, but not for this week. This week is about the vision. This week is about fueling. Venus is Oshun. So you think about Oshun at her best, right? At her best, it's about love making. It's about sexiness. It's about beauty. It's not just not talking about like beauty as a person. I'm talking about Oshun loves art. She is the governess of all the arts, of music, of visual arts, of dancing. Everything on earth that we identify that makes life on earth worth living, Oshun is the guardian of that. Venus is the guardian of that. That if there was no terrible shit happening in the world, right? Because Venus, what do they say? Venus is the guardian of the Garden of Eden. She is the sign of what? Taurus. Taurus is the Garden of Eden, right? And so when the world was perfect, right? When we were in the, quote, metaphorical Garden of Eden, the golden age, right? Think about that kind of energy where love was a given. It wasn't anything you had to work for or plan or meditate on. It just was. Your existence was love. Existence around you was just the pure personification of the mother's love. That's it. There was nothing else. There was no conflict. There was no despair. There was no poverty. Everything. It was just like, oh my God, it's so awesome to be alive. Bitch, we in Eden. This is amazing. That's it. There was no other emotion but love. Think that this week. And that Oya and Shango, as the divine evolutionary partners, like I said, they're not always at war. They're not always at war. This week, I feel of Oya and Shango, they turn up. I feel they turn up. They're like, it's just time to party. Like, we out here fighting. We fighting the good fight. You understand? We ripping. I just told you last week that all y'all came through like in a blaze of glory and just ripped the facade all the way off this beach. We should be turned up over that. Y'all sad because of how it came. But listen, this white boy just did in a singular day, what none of the presidents combined has ever done, which was to remove the mask, remove the facade from this institution that up until now had been always put forward as infallible and perfect, and the perfect personification of first world democracy. Honey, he blew the lid off that bitch last week. He blew the lid off that. Say thank you, mother. I appreciate you. I love it when my enemy shows his true face. I know exactly how to prepare when I know exactly who my enemy is and what his true nature is. Thank you so much, mother. Because you did that. You came right through here this day. You came right through here last week and just put us on game. Put us on game. Now it's time to turn up. Why do we turn up? What happens before war? What happens before war? Anybody? Think about the natives. Think about the Maori. Think about the Africans. Think about even the pre-Roman, pre-colonial Europeans. Think about the Slavs and the what you call them? The Gauls. You understand? And the Celts. Honey, thank you. It's Miss D. Thank you. They already got the strategy in place. The night before the war, they ain't still strategizing and plotting. Honey, they got the war drums out. They got the makeup on. They got the fire burning high. They got the women dancing around the fire with them with their titties out. Child, they are calling down their support. They calling down their ancestors. They calling down their support. What did I just tell y'all about Captain Planet? They are combining their power through ceremony. That's the turn up. The ceremony, the party is the turn up. The party is the ceremony. The party is the pre-justice. See, because when we go to war, it's a ritual. It's a ritual of justice. It's a ritual of divine justice. You feel me? And so they're like, look, we're trying to execute your will. And so we're gonna get out here and turn up. We're gonna bang these drums till our hands bleed. We're gonna shake our ass till we dog ass tired. Go to sleep, well rested, ready to commence to kicking some ass. So this week is the turn up. Next week after Mama Oya eats, Mom Oya's feast day. After the second, after we done turned up, drank the drink, ate the food, did the ritual, made the offerings, powered up on this most auspicious week that is requiring us to create the vision, to speak the vision out loud. That's what this week is for. Create the vision, speak the vision out loud. This is the world that we're fighting for. This is the world that we're dancing for. This is the world that we're conspiring for. Speak the vision. And then next week, we can be talking about war songs. Okay? We can be talking about war strategies. We can say that until after Oya's feast day. Okay? So damn, man. Okay, let's go. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to table that for another day. There's still so much. This was from that 7-hour goddamn yes, Meg Thee Stallion turn up. That's my girl. I don't care what y'all talking about. I think it was a bad move for her to be twerking at Kamala's little thing, but she a baby still. She don't know no better. You feel me? Meg Thee Stallion, I think people be forgetting that the girl is a baby. You know what I'm saying? Girl, I think Meg Thee Stallion's younger than my daughter, you guys. Morgan's going to be 29 years. Meg Thee Stallion's younger than Morgan. Now, I think people be forgetting that. Not only that she is a baby, but that she lost her mama early in her career. So she ain't got nobody in her support team that's really got her best interest at the forefront of their mind. You feel me? So I give that girl grace. Whatever decision she making from a mind of a young person who feels unsupported. You feel me? So I give that girl grace. I love her. I think she's surrounded by pariah. You feel me? She need the temple of evolutionary emergence in your life, if you had me tell it. She needs some goddess gangsters in her crew. You know what I'm saying? That will cover her and not take advantage of her. You feel me? And then replace, at least attempt to soften the hole in her heart from the loss of her mama. And then she had to get right back on the road in 2 weeks to perform. That shit was crazy to me. Watching that damn documentary about that girl broke my fucking heart. Broke my heart. And how all these motherfucking men taking Tory's side over her as he is performing on the same stage, even though there is a goddamn restraining order against him, performing on the same stage because nobody told her he was performing. He get on the stage with a prop, y'all, that looks like a horse's leg. And he got on a white jacket chopping with a meat cleaver, chopping what's supposed to be the horse's leg. And she didn't have nobody around her, not even at the show, that went to go see that nigga. Nobody. That's what I'm telling y'all. We done been made cowards of. I can't even imagine how the fuck that went down. I couldn't even believe it. I was like, she ain't have nobody in her clique. Where her security guards at? Why they didn't drag his ass off the fucking stage? How the fuck this nigga, who let him do that? Bring a prop that looked like a raw horse's leg squirting blood and shit. After this dude done terrorized her, done drug her name through the dirt. Got all the men. What's the nigga man? What's the nigga name that's the basketball player? LeBron James. LeBron James? Everybody taking this no name. The nigga didn't even have a name before Meg Stallion. And everybody dogging her. Everybody calling her a liar. Everybody calling her a hoe. What the fuck is wrong with that shit? Man, that shit broke my heart. I was like, goddamn, I wish I could just go and cover that girl. She need goddess gangsters. Cause these niggas ain't shit. Girl, you make out, where is your goddamn security team? And I'm talking about your thuggish ass security team. I'm talking about your friends from Houston who you can pay to get busy when somebody be playing games in your motherfucking face. Where your people in? That had me so mad. How ain't nobody yoked this nigga off the stage? Where the Sandman at? Can we get the Sandman from the goddamn, what's that damn show we used to watch all the time? To hook that nigga by his neck and drag him the fuck off that stage. Oh, that made me mad. Damn. Anyway, I love that girl. I love that girl. And I don't want her to, I don't want to see her end up like what's her name? Oh my God, I don't know what's wrong with my brain. What's her name? The girl I like so much. Lizzo. When Lizzo first hit the scene, man, that girl was the cockiest fat bitch I ever seen. I love this bitch. I love Lizzo. But I don't know if anybody else has noticed. Something has happened to her spirit. She is not the same cocky. She is not the same confident. This industry done ate this baby up, Lizzo. Her confidence ain't the same. Her cocky ain't the same. Her audacity is not the same. This shit done ate her up. And Meg is the last person I want to see that happen to. That girl's gangster is so awesome. It's so contagious. It's so contagious. Her gangster is so contagious. I love this girl. And even watching that damn documentary, I was like, they hate God. They hate God. What did I tell y'all about the young girl saying there was a study done that the more intelligent you are, or the more people perceive you are intelligent, the more it causes them physical pain, that they actually have fucking some kind of I have to find this study, but they have a literal response that mimics pain sensors. They're like, I can't stand no smart bitch. That shit blew my mind. There was a study that if a motherfucker perceives you smarter than they are, they will respond as if you have harmed them, as if you have jacked them in the jaw. When I tell you they hate God, how dare this fat bitch, Lizzo? How dare this fat bitch get out here and be sexy? Get out here with her big old belly wearing lingerie, dancing on the stage. What was that song she did? Was she in the church? How dare this fat bitch be in the church talking about all she can think about while she in the church is touching herself? These motherfuckers hate that bitch. Who the fuck this bitch thinks she is? In her little church. Yeah. Showtime at the Apollo. Thank you. Who the fuck this bitch thinks she is with her big old fat titties, her big old fat belly, her big old fat ass. And she got the dirt of her cellulite in her thighs, sporting some motherfucking white lingerie, sitting in the church with her little old lady church gloves on and her little old lady hat on, rubbing her hands on the chair like, damn, the preacher putting down, but all I can think about is how good I look and how I want to go home and touch myself. Damn, I look good. I said, you better come on in the motherfucking room, bitch. I love Lizzo. I love Lizzo. Oh my God, I love that girl. And when I tell you, I can see how these motherfuckers trashing her and condemning her and calling her all kind of names and bombarding her social media with all kinds of terrible, evil ass shit. That shit, death by 1,000 paper cuts. I don't give a fuck how gangster you are. If you ain't got no crew that's covering you, death by 1,000 paper cuts, especially if you're a woman and especially if you black. How dare you be black out here and think you sexy? How dare you be a big black bitch and be out here putting your whole ass self on display? That goddamn video she did with Missy Elliott. What's he say? Slow songs. This is skinny hoes. Can't wait. What's he say? Oh, that's my shit. Shit. She say slow songs. They for skinny hoes. Can't do none of this. What she say? Oh, that's my shit. I'm a thick bitch. I need tempo. Fuck it up to the tempo. What? Fuck it up. That's my shit. That's my shit. In this blue ass outfit with a little red shit on the tip. I was in a cowboy hat. I said, you better rock, bitch. And she had the nerve to come out there playing her high school band flute. I love this bitch. I love this bitch. And the more dynamic you are, the more audacious you are, the more cocky you are, the more sexy you are, the more like, bitch, fuck you, I'm a do this you are, the more they hate you. And I'm just telling you, we got to be out here galvanizing hate. Fuck them. Fuck them. You got to be out here galvanizing hate. But you got to make sure you have a crew. Because they was like, oh, no. As soon as that, it got too powerful. Shit. Britney Spears was that girl. There was no wrong Britney Spears could do. She was that girl. She was they in her time, she was they Taylor Swift. And as soon as she got too cocky, as soon as she got too powerful, it was like, oh no, we got to yank the chain on this bitch. Next thing you know, they are driving her to insanity. This girl thinks she going crazy, checking herself into a hospital, shaving her fucking head off. How many times you done heard that story in Hollywood? Bitch go crazy, shave her head off, descend into madness, then got to have a comeback. How many times you done heard that? Lindsay Lohan, how many times you heard that? And so if they gonna treat their white girls that way, they little all-American girls that way, because they hate them too. They hate white women too. Patriarchy hates women. They hate them too. But they got to preserve them. Because what I tell y'all, they are the pinnacle presentation of the fantasy of femininity created by white male patriarchy. You feel me? And so if they hate their own women, what the fuck do you think they're going to do to you? And every time you turn around, some powerfully cocky, audacious, fully embodied, sexually sovereign black woman is ground the fuck up. Next thing you know, that bitch done lost her motherfucking mind. What's her name? Damn. Lil' Kim. I'm watching old videos of Lil' Kim from the 90s. I was like, this girl was a giant among men. This girl was a giant among men. Lil' Kim. Fly, sexy, cute little brown skin. This girl was a giant among men. Talk about audacious. To this day, 30 years later, people still talking about that little outfit she wore to the goddamn Grammys with the little mermaid outfit with a whole titty out. And Diana Ross lifted a little titty. Lifted a titty when she came on the runway. She's like, girl, you got your whole titty out. She's like, I sure do. This is a badass outfit. And you know what I'm saying? This girl was a boss. I don't give a fuck what nobody talking about. This girl is the walking physical personification of imposed madness. Lil' Kim. I could go on and on. Whitney Houston is a prime example. This girl was the absolute unchallenged personification of a superstar, of a megastar, one of whom no one could beat. in any way. Beauty, brawn, brains, audacity, classy. I could keep going. And the one thing they all had in common is they ain't got a goddess gangster crew. They need to be covered. Bitch, if you black and you genius, if you black and you female and you genius, if you black and you female and you are sexually sovereign, if you black and you female and you talented, if you black and you female and you gifted, if you black and you female and you got all the things going on, you need a crew. Because these motherfuckers is scavengers. These motherfuckers is scavengers. These motherfuckers is goddamn parasites. They will bleed the power dry. They will bleed the magic out and leave you with an insane shell and nothing to show for it. Have your ass drowned in a goddamn hot tub. Man, Lizzo, the last time I saw her being interviewed, she looked so demoralized. She looked like a shell of her former self. She didn't even look the same. The life was lost, baby. The glare was gone. I go back all Lauryn Hill, guess. This girl was on top of her. She was high up on the mountain. What, she walked away from that Grammys after the miseducation of Lauryn Hill? What, 10 Grammys or some shit? Just both arms, full Grammys. Ain't nobody even produced anything that comes close to the dynamics of the miseducation of Lauryn Hill. And then that bum ass Marley Nobody drove her fucking crazy. Hating ass nigga. The reason he did what he did to her is because he hated her. How dare you be somebody? And I'm born of royal Bob Marley blood and I'm a no-name nigga. Don't nobody know this nigga name. Don't nobody know this nigga name. Rohan, is that his name? Nigga, who is you? The recipient of some DNA? Bitch, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? And if it ain't the state, because it ain't just got to be Hollywood, all you got to do is have a nigga next to you who hate you, who secretly hate you, who align himself with you and secretly hate you, but have to align himself with you to get a little bit of your swag via osmosis, even as he plotting and scheming, like the motherfucker who shot Meg, like the motherfucker who just publicly humiliated Cardi B, like the motherfucker who publicly humiliated, what's the cute girl name I like so much? She an actress, the little cute, what's it? Keke Palmer. Like the no-name nigga motherfucker who is married to, what's the name? The athlete. The greatest athlete in history. What's her name? What's her name, y'all? The no-name nigga football player. Talking about she lucky to have me. She the lucky one. What's her name? The gymnast, Simone Biles. All these no-name. Hell, see, y'all can keep name. Just keep on. Just keep name. Tina Turner, Aretha Franklin, Josephine Baker, Eartha Kitt, giants among men. Nina Simone. You feel me? Giants among men. And instead of them having the confidence in their own right to be who they supposed to be, to their goddess among men partner, like Shiva did with Kali. Shiva was like, I got my own swag, bitch. We ain't gotta be comparing notes. You like, I'm me. And because I'm me and I know who you are, I'm gonna lay myself prostrate before you so I can show up for you in your time of need. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna support you. I'm gonna lay my ass on my back and allow you to put your foot on my chest to draw the fire out of your head so you don't wreck everything the fuck around you. Because I ain't in a contest with you. You my boo. You the one. These niggas need to learn a lesson from these male deities and their relationships with these goddesses. You feel me? Yes, she the only one that got her crew. Chloe Dior. Bay the only one that got her crew. Problem The problem with Bay is such a love. It's such a fickle relationship. I love this bitch. I love this bitch. I do. But she is a walking contradiction. She is. I love her. I love Beyonce. But for her to continue to prove my point, there is no such thing as an ethical billionaire. And if anybody had the opportunity to prove me wrong, it was her. If anybody had the opportunity, okay. If anybody had the opportunity to prove me wrong, it was Beyonce. It was Rihanna. You feel me? There is no such thing as an ethical billionaire. Not one, not nowhere. Not one, not nowhere. That's why I be conflicted about Beyonce. I love this fucking woman. And I'll be honest, it took me a long time to love her. It took me a long time to love Beyonce. Because I had my whole attitude. I'm older, you feel me? I was like, only young people be fucking with Beyonce like that. It took me a long time to like Beyonce. I refused to even listen to any of her music. Then I got turned on and it was over after that. It was over after that. I was like, she won. I don't give a fuck what. She is the personification of the hardest working. She is the personification of the ethic, the work ethic of a Virgo. I'm like, this is my bitch right here. She her birthday 10 days before mine. I was like, this is my motherfucker right here. I love Beyonce. Goddamn, man. There is no such thing as an ethical billionaire. There isn't. There isn't. And that's the thing that conflicts me about Beyonce too. Is she's in the tradition. She's in the tradition, man. She's crowned. She's an initiate. She's a priest. She's a priest of Oshun. Her sister is a priest of Yemaya. They've been up in there. And that's the problem. Is if the tradition that teaches us that the central to everything that we do in every way that we live is Iwa to live with good character. That's it. That's it. That's the whole tradition. If you live with good character, you're going to be all right. Central to the tradition. And the tradition does not inform you that as a billionaire, there is no reason for you as a billionaire to be engaged in the exploitation of other human beings. That you can be the one as a daughter of Oshun. You can be the one that proves Cassandra wrong. You can be the one ethical billionaire on earth. That shit is impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. And every time you turn around, she exposed some bullshitting ass bullshit. I'm like, here you go. Damn. There you go. Damn. And the problem is this society teaches you that as long as you doing philanthropic shit, you feel me? As long as you building an apartment complex for low income people, which she did. As long as you making donations to this organization or that, which she did. As long as you making it so that everybody in your crew, all your dancers, all your band members, everybody is some marginalized other that you done allowed to come up, which she do. That as long as you do good shit over here, you can do a little bad shit and it kind of evens out. No, man, you cannot exploit human beings. You cannot exploit their labor. You cannot ship shit overseas so you can get it made for 10 cents an hour. No, you can't do that. You can't do none of that shit. Janet Jackson, oh my God, you right. As a matter of fact, LaToya Jackson, they got her ass early. They drove her ass crazy early. You know what I mean? Yeah, y'all can just keep naming them. Y'all can keep naming them. Gods among men. Giants among ants. Giants among ants. And because they ain't have a crew. And I ain't talking about brothers from the hood, functioning security. I'm talking about a crew. I'm talking about a temple of evolutionary emergence, goddess gangster crew. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? We may need that to be one of the fundraisers of the temple. There's a goddamn goddess gang. Isn't that the name of one of Cyrock's songs is Goddess Gang? Maybe we need a goddess gangster security company, a goddess gangster security company where these big name goddesses can hire the goddess gang security company, well armed, military trained, hand to hand combat, jujitsu ass bitches that can take the place of your punk ass goddamn security team. You feel me? And then we got multiple ways to show up in securing not only your physical self, not only your life, but we also have very witchy ass ways to secure your sanity. To secure your emotional wellness, to secure your safety, mind, body, spirit, and soul. So these vultures, these goddamn parasites can't get up on you. I told y'all the story about how my girlfriend went through this thing with her punk ass husband, and found out that he was cheating on her, but he wasn't even going to no hotel. And this girl worked like a crazy person, 12-hour days and shit. This nigga was this her house, like in her name, her house. She taking care of him, his disabled father in her house, and his disabled son in her house. And this nigga got the nerve to bring a bitch to her house. Fuck this woman in her house. She didn't have to. She suspected, but she ain't have to. She ain't have to guess. She didn't have to look for evidence. She put cameras up in her house. When she began to suspect that he was up to no good, she put cameras up in her house. And she called me one day, and she's like, "Yo, what you doing?" I was like, "What's good? What you need?" She's like, "Can you be here in an hour?" I was like, "Bet. What's up? Do I need to bring something?" She's like, "Nah, but we got work to do, and I need you to come. If you can come within the hour, great. But at least in an hour." I was like, "All right, I ain't asking no questions. Let's go." So I go to her house. There's 5 other women at the house. And we standing in the living room, and we was like, "Okay, so what's up?" And she was like, this needs to happen. We got 2 hours. His punk ass is playing golf. I just fed his daddy breakfast and took his daddy to my sister's house where she gonna watch him. We got 2 hours. I need everything that belongs to this nigga packed up in boxes, taped up good, and stacked out in the front yard in an organized fashion. She said, you two, I need y'all to take on the task of changing all the locks in the fucking house. She said, I'm gonna work on the altar. This man been living in a house for 10 years. So this was a feat. Okay. We in there moving through that motherfucking house like the Tasmanian devil. Boxing, taping, boxing, taping, stacking on the front yard, boxing, taping. Time. Okay, we got 45 minutes. Boxing, taping. Meanwhile, she in the living room. We ain't really paying attention to what she doing. She's like, okay, y'all ready? She starts live streaming on her IG, y'all. This girl done built. She took a big piece of furniture, like a bookshelf, but with the iron rods and the glass. It's like a bookshelf with the iron rods and the glass. She done put that shit in the front yard. Done turned that iron rod shelf with the glass into an altar. She done turned that shit into an altar. On the shit that's on the altar are things that belong to him. Okay? Like his Viagra is on the altar. Like very personal items. Those are on display on the altar in the fucking front yard in front of all of his shit, boxes and shit that we done stacked up. Okay? She got she got red candles lit on the shit. Child, she starts live streaming, calling this nigga name on the live stream. This dude ain't nobody. He got a name. And if I told y'all his name, y'all would know him. If I told y'all his name, y'all would know him. Like that kind of shit. Like he is known. Like he in the industry. She put all that nigga shit on the front yard. I said, girl, I said, I will do what you want me to do. I said, but you better than me. She's like, what you mean, girl? I said, if it was me, child, I would have been renting a U-Haul, dragging all that shit out to the desert somewhere, inviting all my friends to participate in a bonfire with me, and I would be setting that bitch ablaze. Everything he owned would be going up into a goddamn hell of smoking flames. You better than me. Because what I told y'all he did ain't even the worst of what he did. Ain't even the worst of what he did. She maintained so much goddamn discipline. She was devastated, man. She was devastated. 10 years taking care of this man and his disabled son and his fucking disabled father. For him to disrespect. I was like, does this nigga know? Did he not believe you was a witch? Like, did he not know he was married to a witch? Like, the fuck? And this nigga Cuban too. Like, you really don't believe. That's why I be telling y'all, these niggas don't really believe this shit. When they be up in the tradition, when they be talking about the Ori, they don't really believe that shit. They don't. Until something tragic happens, until something next level happens in their life that dismantles their whole shit. Like, they don't believe this shit. I'm trying to tell you. They talk about the Orisha, they get the little crowns, they pay the money to get the little initiation because it gives them swag where they didn't have none before. It gives them accolades where they didn't have none before. It gives them access to multiple vaginas where they didn't have none before. Without the tradition, they didn't have no swag. They was just corny ass niggas. Now all of a sudden you get crowned. Now all of a sudden you become babalao and you got bitches dobalaying, bowing on the floor to you and shit. That should be gassing these niggas up, but they don't believe the tradition. They use the tradition the same way they use everything else as a new sword to slay women with. That's all. They do not believe this shit, or they wouldn't be doing the bullshit they be doing. They would not be doing the bullshit they doing, and then be acting all brand new when spirit come through and smack them upside their motherfucking head. This girl, I told y'all, this girl, Mexican girl, is a daughter of Oya. I was like, the first thing I asked her is like, are you serious? That's what you did? I was like, he cannot believe the tradition. Born and raised in Cuba, there ain't no way he can believe this shit. Not doing what he did in your motherfucking house after taking care of your daddy and his son. Not only that, child, her father-in-law was devastated. She said when she told him, she said she fed him a nice breakfast that morning, told him what she was planning, that he was going to go stay at her sister's house until his son came to pick him up. And I'm sorry, but you won't be living here no more. And he started crying, this old ass man. You know what he said? He's like, it's my fault. It's my fault. She's like, what you mean it's your fault? She's like, it's my fault that he did this. It's my fault that he did this. He was devastated. He's like, I should have raised him better. It's my fault that he did this. I'm so sorry he did this to you. You understand me? I'm so sorry he did this to you. She said he cried the whole way from her house to her sister's house. This thing went down with old boy. She conducted a whole ass ritual in her front yard. When I tell you broad daylight, we was out there and that motherfucker at noon. Everybody in the neighborhood coming out the house like, what the fuck is going on? Like, when I said this bitch performed a whole ass ritual in the front yard with all his personal private shit as the focus of the altar. Yo, this motherfucker got gold and platinum records in the house. She got all that shit on the goddamn altar, casting straight up juju in broad motherfucking daylight, baby. I say, yes, bitch. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Baby, and when he got there, it was so glorious. My heart was so big. I was like, we witches, we motherfucking witches did that shit. We did that shit. You hear me? Damn, that was probably the most gangster thing I ever did. That shit was awesome. Them women came through, you feel me? As a matter of fact, one of the sisters told me, she was like, damn. She said, that's the most radical shit I ever did. I wish I'd have had a crew like that when I kicked my motherfucker out the house. I was like, you know what? Your dad ass right. I wish I would have had a crew when I kicked my motherfucker out the house like that. She's like, damn, Cassandra, we might need to fucking market this shit. We might need to make this a motherfucking business. I said, girl, listen, I'm on board with that. That shit is every woman who has some motherfucker sapping the life out of her. Do you know that this sister's color came back to her skin 2 weeks after this nigga moved out of her house? That I am telling you, literally physical goddamn parasites. Even as she's taking care of him, even as she's still being the dutiful homemaker. She an entrepreneur, but she still that girl cooked every day. This nigga got the nerve. 5 women that she called, so it ended up being 6 of us, 7 of us. Damn, man, that's bullshit. It ended up being like 7 of us. Damn, that was so great. I don't even know how I got on that. It was great. I'm gonna have to end this. I know I'm terrible, but maybe I can do another live first thing in the morning because y'all got to know this shit. Let me see if I can. God, there's just so much I want to talk to y'all about because I just feel like there's so much going on. I just feel like there is such a big energy. And even though I say I'm going to be disciplined and all I'm going to do is talk for 1 hour, there's so much happening. I feel compelled to tell you and teach you and get you ready for. Y'all, listen, y'all a trip. Y'all a trip. Y'all a trip. Y'all a trip. Okay. Yeah, y'all a trip. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. All right. So let me talk about the particulars. I ain't gonna belabor this. Let me talk about the particulars. Excuse me. All right. So I got a bunch of random notes spread all over the place, but I'm going to try to draw out what's the most pressing, what's the most urgent. Okay, I got 3 books. Hold on. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right, I don't need none of that. So if you find, so this is one of the big issues. Didn't you say, oh yeah, exposes before she destroys? Yes. 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 That's why I'm saying when she told me what happened, what transpired, because I'm telling y'all, she was better than me. Maybe that's what I need to be working on, is working on that kind of strategic discipline. Because it wasn't just like no radical. She said, girl, I've been plotting this shit today for 2 weeks. Playing nice, still cooking dinner every day. Even gave them booty twice over the last 2 weeks. I've been playing my cards, plotting and scheming. I said, yeah. See, I don't have a poker face. That's my problem. I'm a daughter of Oya, but I ain't learned how to put the mask on yet. I ain't got a poker face. Like, what you see is what you get. If I got an attitude, it's gonna be written all over my face. I ain't got no poker face. You feel me? This girl, she did that shit. She put hidden cameras up in her. And she said, as soon as I suspected, because she said, I trust me. As soon as I suspected, I was like, I ain't gonna do shit till I get evidence. She put cameras up in her motherfucking house. And she said, within the week, I had the proof that I needed. Within the week, and not only that, he's on the phone, on the treadmill in the living room, on the phone with a friend, telling him, I can't wait to get the fuck out this house. I can't stand this bitch. Talking terrible about the sister. I can't stand this bitch. I can't even stand to be with her no more. I'm just plotting my moves. I'm going to stack my cash and I'm going to leave this bitch without shit. She ain't getting shit. He talked as his disabled father and mentally disabled son is living in her fucking house. She gave him startup capital to start a business. This nigga on the phone with his friend. I hate this bitch. I can't wait till I'm the fuck up out of here, but I gotta plot my moves because this bitch ain't getting shit from me. I ain't leaving her shit. She ain't getting shit. 10 years. This man and his father and his son have been living in her motherfucking house. When I tell you they hate you, and will feign the loving husband, will feign the boo, the dutiful boo. I love this African. This was my ace. I was like, yeah, this is my homie. She told me that shit. I was sick on my stomach. I was like, girl, no. She said, girl, she played us the audio of him she got interviewed on a radio. She got interviewed on a radio show right here in LA, y'all. On a radio show, like the local public radio, on the radio show. And got on the goddamn radio show and fully exposed his ass and played the audio of him talking shit about her. When I tell you she did that, it was the most delicious meal of revenge I ever seen. It was delicious. That shit was wonderful to watch. That girl was methodical as fuck. That shit was genius is what it was. That shit was genius. And I'm convinced that's why her bounce back was so quick. I think so many of us take so long to recover from heartbreak. One, because we ain't got no gangster support team. We ain't got nobody bigging us up. We ain't got nobody showing up in the best way. And the second reason is because we want revenge and don't know how to get it. We want justice and don't know how to get it. We want to put that motherfucker on blast, but we internalize it as some kind of weakness on our part. We humiliate it. We embarrassed. So we keep it to ourselves. Because our breakup makes me look weak. Because our breakup, even if he did something terrible, somehow it's a reflection of some failure on my part. So we keep our shame quiet. We keep our shame quiet. And when I tell you she put that motherfucker on blast, that shit gave me life. Every sister that went and helped her move that motherfucker shit out of her house, like we was high-fiving, like this bitch did this shit. This bitch did this shit. That shit was so goddamn radical. Ooh, this shit was 2 years ago. It still gives me life every time I think about that shit. We had his whole life packed up in 2 hours. That girl conducted the most radical ass ritual on his most sacred shit in the middle of the yard at 12 o'clock at noon. Everybody coming out the house in their neighborhood, in their little bougie ass neighborhood. Everybody come, what the fuck is going on? Music playing loud as fuck. She wanted everybody to come out the house. Everybody got their phones out live streaming. What the fuck she doing? The police come. What the fuck she doing? The police stay. She called the police. She's like, because this nigga about to come pick up his shit. I don't want no smoke. I don't want no conflict. Tell him to get his shit, put it in his car. It'll be here when he get here. Go about his motherfucking life. Then let me just go ahead and tell y'all the story. Then after he getting humiliated like this, and I tell you this dude is famous, he is a Grammy award-winning artist. She outs his ass like this. He can't just take his hits. He can't take his earned licks and take his ass on about his life. No. He decided he got to get back at her because that was that bullshit. Do you know? This nigga took her to court. This punk ass motherfucker took her to court, tried to sue her because they weren't technically married, but in California they have what do you call it? What do you call it, y'all? It's not civil marriage. It's like you know what I'm talking about. Common law marriage. There's common law marriage in California. Why are you being too secretive? Damn, y'all want all the details. My problem with lies is you need more than one crew, like a mycelium network. I heard that. I like that. Yeah, that sound like a righteous ass name for a group. I like that. I like that shit. The fuck? I like that. Ooh, see, I love it when we get together. We start plotting and screaming. Okay, plotting and scheming. Yo, mycelium network. Child, look. I like that. So let me tell you, what was I telling y'all? Oh, this nigga gonna take her to court. She was stressed. She was stressed. This is maybe a couple of months later. And the thing was he beat her to filing. So he wanted to sue her, and he wanted to, because I don't know how the laws work when it's a common law marriage, right? But like he was trying to get the court to pay her he was trying to get the court to make her pay like spousal support. This nigga sued for spousal support, y'all. You can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. He was trying to sue for spousal support or something like that. He was trying to get money out of her something, right? She was stressing. So on the morning that she was supposed to go to court, she called everybody in her network, everybody in her clique. She texted everybody a message. She was like, look, I need y'all prayers, okay? I need y'all prayers. I need y'all to big me up for like the next 4 hours. Like, what's up? What's going on? She proceeds to tell us she's going into the courtroom. She got a lawyer, but this is what he's trying to do, whatever. I'm just nervous. I ain't never been in a situation like this. So I just need y'all to, I need a prayer team. I need y'all to, everybody, all hands on deck. Later on that day, she called me, and because she was released, the court thing she was scared about. She was like, I was like, how'd it go? She's like, girl, you won't believe what happened. She got a big ass grin from ear to ear. You won't believe what happened. She said, first of all, this nigga had the nerve to come to the court without no lawyer. Second of all, he started running down. He's gonna represent himself. He started running down all the shit I done quote did to him. He told the judge that he was the victim of spousal abuse, child. Yes, he did. She the one got the restraining order. But he done told his judge he has been the silent victim of spousal abuse. Yes, he did. This big ass nigga. Told that she was secretly abusive. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And the judge was like, first of all, why you come up in my courtroom without no lawyer? She said that was the first thing the judge said. It was like, you come up in here without no lawyer. And he's like, because I could do it myself. He's like, no, bro, you can't. No, you can't. He's like, do you still have his albums? Yes, sir. Do you still have one of his drums? Yes, sir. Give him his shit back. The judge said, give him his shit back. Give him a few days to come and get his little shit. You feel me? Don't do that again. Y'all free to go. Y'all free to go. Like, your suit, sir, is denied. Your request for spousal support, denied. Yeah, y'all done. Case is closed. Case is closed. Get him in his drum and his platinum album back. Case is closed. What y'all talking about over here? Good morning from the UK. Welcome to this live. Great start to the day. That's awesome. Hey, chocolate sugar, how you doing, boo? Uh, let's see. Makes me want to start. Oh my god. Oh my god, it happened. Oh my god. This girl said, "Stop, boy. Stop, boy. Don't make me mess you up. Get out. Get out." I said, "Stop." Hold on. Let me smack this cat. Get your ass off of her. Get your butt off of her. Get your butt off of her. Um. Not the 1-3 clap, y'all. Oh my god. Oh. Anyway, yes, that shit. But listen, y'all feel how enlivened y'all are about that story? Yeah, the judge was like, "Why you in here with this bullshit?" You feel me? Y'all had some grown ass men talking about some spousal support. Like, get the fuck up out of here. And you ain't come up in here with no lawyer. Man, if you don't get the fuck up out of here. She was so hyped when she called us. Because she was like, yo, that judge wasn't having no part of it. He's like, man, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, he earned that. Yes. His little badass self. Yes, man. Don't that shit give y'all life? It gave me life when I did it. That shit was 2 years ago. Every time I tell the story. As a matter of fact, one of the girls that was there, every single time we see each other, we talking about that day. Like, girl, we really do need to start that business. We really do need to start that business. I know too many women who are like, bitch, can you come help me put my nigga out? Can you come help me put my dude out? Can we work some juju to make sure he don't come back? You understand? Can I do a little extra root work to make sure all his hair fall out of some shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I was saying earlier. I think that the reason her bounce back, not only her bounce back, her health recovery. When I tell you this man was literally sucking the life out of her. She had gotten so sick, man. This girl got so sick. And everybody was like, damn, how it just happened like that. She got sick so fast and so deep. Her skin looked like skeletal. Her skin it wasn't brown no more. It was gray. She always had dark circles under her eyes, and she is always fly. She cute. And her health had descended so goddamn rapidly. We're like, what the fuck is going on? Girl, when I tell you literally a month after she moved that nigga out her house, the color came back to her skin. The dark circles were gone. She was walking away from me. I was in the living room. She was walking away from me to get some. I was like, girl. She said, girl, what? I said, where you get an ass from? She's like, I got an ass. I was like, girl, yeah. Where you get an ass from? Where that came from? No time. Like her whole body transformed. When I tell you this motherfucker was literally a succubus, I couldn't believe how fast this girl's health changed. Her energy was back. Her hair was growing thicker, wildly thick. A succubus. They ain't got the nerve to be on an audio recording. Child, listen. And remember, I was telling you the story about Kali when I found the girl on YouTube that I was telling y'all about, and she was telling me about aspects of Kali that I didn't even know about. Remember one of the aspects that she said about Kali? I think that I kind of glazed by it too fast. But she says the kind of justice that Kali wants is revenge. She said Kali is the one that is so what did she say? She was insatiable in her lust for justice. That's what she said about Kali. She said that Kali is insatiable in her lust for justice. She said, and so much so that what Khalid desires is to wash her hair in the blood of those who have wronged her. I said, oh my God. She said Khalid wishes to wash her hair in the blood of her enemies, baby. I said, God. I said, y'all ain't ready for the goddess's justice. Y'all ain't ready for the presentation of the goddess's divine justice, child. That's why they fighting so hard to prevent the inevitable, because they know. They know. Even if we don't know yet, they know. They're like, when she come back, it's a wrap. We got to get it how we can get it. We have to get it how we can get it, because when she come back, we done for. And her justice is radical. She said, look, Kali, the wild-headed, the wide-eyed, she whose tongue hangs out of her mouth, covered in blood, indicative of her insatiable appetite for justice. That's what the blood is, bitch. I want justice. What does justice look like? Revenge, bitch. You wrong me. I want to shower in the blood of my enemies. I said, God damn. Come on in. Mahakali. Come on in the room. She said that shit. She's like, if you done fucked up bad enough that Kali is calling for your blood to wash her hair in, you fucked up. You really fucked up. And you earned that. And you just gonna have to take it because you earned that. Yeah, baby. Boy, that shit set my soul on fire. She's like, bitch, I'm trying to save the planet. I'm trying to save the universe. So yeah, you gonna get me while my hair is wild and undid and unkilled. You gonna get me with my titties out. You gonna get me with my titties out and my hair wild. And yeah, I got some nigga skulls. I got some nigga skulls hanging from my skirt. You feel me? I'm up in here turned up. Now you can get out the way or you can get it. You can get out the way or you can get it. Isn't that the common theme among all of them? Mama, segment, who gets so excited. It ain't often that she's called into battle, but oh my God, does she love it when she do. Isn't that her motif? Because she ain't just running around making war. War is an every now and again thing. What's she doing between war? She's the guardian of the magic. She's the guardian of the secrets of the magic of the menstrual blood segment. Mm-hmm. She is the guardian of the secrets of midwifery segment. Mm-hmm. You feel me? But when it's time to throw down, she's like, I thought y'all never asked. Let's go. She's like, damn, it's been too long. This my shit. Crank the music up while I commence to going to work. Then she'd play some Dead Prez or some rock or some gangster revolutionary music. Crank the motherfucking music up while I clean up in this bitch. And she go to dancing. This my shit. Yeah, let's go. That's her. That's all y'all. That's Kali. That's that man. That's Eris. Name them. That's Lilith. Baby, all the war goddesses is, listen, alive and in full effect on deck. Every last one of them. As a crew, as a squad, they're like, let's go. It's about motherfucking time. This shit is a mess. This shit is a mess. These niggas done ran amok. Let's go. But make sure you get the crunk music player so we can turn out on this bitch. Anyway. I love y'all feedback. I can't, yeah, that might be, that might have to. Why you clowning me, Nura Allah? She say amok. Let's see. Damn, I love that story. Women need to be together. That's the takeaway from that story. Women need to be together. Every woman that participated in that shit, every time we see each other, it's just like we just get, it's like an unspoken language, y'all. We just get big in the chest. We get big hearted every time we think about what we helped that sister do. We get big hearted every time we think about what we helped, what she called on us to do, what she allowed us to be a part of. That shit was the most radically gangster shit we ever did. I ever did. Oh, that shit was empowering. That's why they don't want us to get together. That's why they be giving you a hard time about going on a girls' night. Because you motherfucking bitches get together and y'all about to start plotting and scheming. I just know what's in you. I just know what's in you. As soon as y'all get together, y'all plotting and scheming. I know what's in you. That's why. I'm still convinced that's why they was trying to take TikTok down. Because more than anything, women was up on there putting women on game. In every possible way. Let me put you on game. You want to know how you getting gaslit? You want to know if you in a narcissistically toxic relationship? You want to know if you are the victim of strategic and weaponized incompetence? I didn't even know that was. All these women all of a sudden was like, oh my God. Oh my God, that has been happening to me my whole marriage. Oh my God. That's what's happening to me. I thought I was going crazy. Oh my God. Honey, women through TikTok, through the couple of years of TikTok, have become whole new creatures through being informed by other women. What to look out for? What are the red flags so you ain't manipulated emotionally into going into no shit that is eventually going to waste you? I'm telling you, that's the reason Putin did that shit. Put a ban on all discussions about childlessness, child-free life, any of that, any variation of. He just put a ban on that shit. Don't none of you bitches be talking about not having no babies out here. Not on your social media. He said we monitoring everything. Not on your social media. Not none of that shit. The first time you hear anybody talking about child-free, 4B, and not any of that shit, any of them variations, is gonna be punishable by an exorbitant fine. If you bitches don't have babies by the age of 20, wait, what does he say? 23? If you don't have babies by the age of 23, you cannot go to college. He just did that. He just did that. He just did that. He just did that. That bullshit Trump just pulled last week, I'm going to tell you, it's about women. Even as the other things are happening, even as the other things are going on. This is it. This is the contest, baby. This is the contest. But you can't even know you engaged in a contest unless you know that you are the true target. And everything else falls within the contest between your melanated uterus-possessing ass and these 7 billionaires who just staged a, quote, non-violent coup of the United States of America. This is the contest. Black women have a struggle to wage. We have a contest to win. You understand? We have a contest to win. So I'm about to close this out, y'all. I got to. Let me see. Yeah, I will just make a commitment to do, and I will be deliberate, and I will be specific, and I will be narrow in my focus, and only do the astrology tomorrow. I still got about 35 pages of notes of shit that I just took over the last week that I think is important for y'all to know. But I guess I'm going to just have to prioritize. I might just have to sit on all these notes. I took some crazy notes. Like, where did that come from? Why you all up on my feet, nigga? Why you all up on my feet? Go about your life. But it's not primary. It can wait for another live, like maybe next week or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's so much good shit in here, y'all. Yeah, so much. All right. All right. Yeah. Maybe let's see. Yeah, maybe we can save that for next week. There is some significant numerology that I wanted to share with you. Is so radical. Let's see, it's 4:50. I tell you what, I'm gonna take these last 10 minutes. Should I take these last 10 minutes? I can. This, you know what? No, I'm not. I'm not gonna rush it. I'm gonna do it live tomorrow. I'm do it early in the morning, like maybe 10 my time. That's early for me. 10, maybe 11 my time. Okay. Nothing but the astrology. That's it. And I'm gonna do that for an hour. And then also, I'm still giving readings. So if you need a reading, if you need to do a wellness consultation, 5 elements wellness consultation, you need to do a reading. If there's something else that you need, because there are people lately, there have been people calling me, and before I even get to pull a card, we didn't already talk for an hour because there was something else that they needed from me. So I am a counselor. So if there's something that you need from me in that way, somebody emailed me recently, I can't remember who it was, looking for direction. I can't remember on something. So still, it's still like pay as if you pay for the hour. It's paying for a 30-minute session or a 1-hour session, and whatever you need in that, we can do that. You feel me? So if there's questions that you have in preparation for Wednesday, if there's like something specific to your sign that you need in preparation for Saturday, like these are the things that we can do. So I can counsel that way, like spiritual counsel. So the email address for the temple is EvoEmeTemp EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Yeah, so that's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this back off to tomorrow. So look for notifications, because it's either gonna be 10 or 11 that I do it tomorrow. Okay. But y'all will be happy that I waited instead of rushing it tonight, because it's really just such a fucking exciting and awesome and hype week for us to be ready for. Okay. I love you guys. Y'all are awesome. Y'all stay bigging me up. Y'all stay making me think I'm the one. You feel me? Y'all stay having me hype up in this bitch. You feel me? Y'all stay having me convinced that we can take this shit. Y'all stay having me convinced that we can take this shit. So I thank you for that. Pop my invisible collar. You feel me? I appreciate y'all, and I'll see y'all in the morning. Have a good night. Rest peacefully. Rest deeply. Listen to the whispers of your ancestors while you sleep this week. They got something to say. Write them down. You feel me? And let's talk about it. All right. Peace, you guys. Good night.